Crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
It is time for the crossover.
Hockey time.
Hockey, basketball. It's winter. Welcome to winter.
Winter is coming.
We love to see it.
Wow, Josh, you're not excited?
So I don't want it to be cold.
Well,
I like it right now when it's not cold.
It's cold.
Remember when I asked yesterday which season was longer between the NBA and the NHL?
Yeah.
And we're like, it's the NHL.
It's the NHL because it started today.
And yet, basketball is somehow worse.
No,
I'm more annoyed by basketball going as long as it
but
does
the
than hockey.
NHL ends before basketball does, doesn't it?
No. Well, it didn't last year. It went longer. Now it's because the series
Olympics.
Well, it's because the series went over or was quicker.
I thought they always had it.
I always thought the NHL ended like a week or two before basketball.
Okay.
There are times where it ends where hockey will beat hockey will beat basketball, but other times basketball beats hockey. It just depends on how long the series go.
Well, the NBA starts what, Halloween or the week before Halloween?
I think it starts in a week and a half.
Jeez.
Dude, it's back.
They're
It's time to talk about the NBA.
It's exhausting. It has to be exhausting to like the NBA.
I was watching Trey Alexander and Baylor Sharman play basketball against each other in Abu Dhabi,
Oh.
and Steve Harvey was there courtside.
Steve Harvey.
Did somebody make a dirty joke and he made that face he makes when he wasn't
He was
expecting
talking.
someone to
He
make
was
a dirty
talking
joke?
to a man. He was talking
He was
to a.
talking to a man.
Is Abu Dhabi like the Branson of
Good one, John.
of
Interesting.
international, where that's the place where all the comedians and
the
the
Branson
singers
of the
go.
Persian Gulf.
Yeah, the Branson of the Persian Gulf. Thank you.
Nice.
By the way, I was wrong. It starts in 2.5 weeks. My Lakers open up the season versus the Timberwolves on Tuesday,
You're going to
October
pretend to be a Lakers fan again.
22nd.
Well, of course.
Go Lakers last year.
Because Bronny's going to be on the
Oh,
team.
yeah, Bronny. Wow, that'll be weird.
They're going to give him a few sympathy games, right?
Oh, he's going to play for sure right away.
Oh, yeah.
Is Abu Dhabi the Branson of the Persian Gulf?
By the way, Bigelow points out NBA ended June 17th. NHL ended June 25th. Wow, how about that? It ended a week later.
Wow.
Whole week later.
Jeez. June 17th. We were at the College World Series.
Hot, sweaty, butt sweat.
Watching college baseball.
Oh, sad.
I miss it.
Yeah,
Think about us now.
I don't.
We're much better people now. We're different. We're different.
We've learned a lot.
Steve Harvey. I'm going to twist Josh's words a little bit. Is Steve Harvey the Yakov Smirnoff of Abu Dhabi?
Do people know who Yakov Smirnoff is anymore?
I don't know.
I got nothing.
Connor laughed. He's the second youngest guy in the room.
Like
He got the joke.
I don't know anything about him other than
Who
in
is this?
Soviet Union, tequila drink you or something
Right, yeah.
like that.
That was his whole bit. Was America? I love it.
Oh, I know this man.
Yeah.
I've seen this man before.
I don't know what he looks
He
like.
had a permanent show like down in Branson.
He's still alive.
Wow, really?
Yeah, he was
Yakov
born in
Smirnoff.
1951. He's 73
How would you
years
like to be
young.
the
Nice.
person to introduce Steve Harvey in Abu Dhabi? And now the Yakov Smirnoff of Abu Dhabi, Steve Harvey.
Congrats on still being alive, Yakov.
Wow.
It's
You don't have to call him names.
Yakov Smirnoff.
Yeah, Nick.
You don't have to
Come
call
on.
names, Nick.
Sheesh.
Jeez. Holy schmoly.
Tiger Shark Diver wants to know if John likes football today. There are some games tonight, John.
What's
Will you
up
be
with that?
watching?
What? I like football. I like football.
But you weren't. You
Period.
didn't say every day though.
I like football.
But not every day.
Well,
In like on June 17th, are you
If
like
there's
I
a-
miss football?
I don't like. I like football, the sport, every day. I don't have to watch football every day to like the sport every day.
Interesting.
Josh, you don't watch football every day.
Why has this suddenly become a cult? Where it's
Cult?
like, you have to watch. You must watch football every day, or you no football fan.
Seriously. I agreed.
I don't
Yeah.
watch football every day.
Don't,
I
but
think about it
you're
every
a
day. Though.
football fan. Me, Josh, me no like
No,
football
during
no
football
more.
season, I watch it every day.
So here's the
off
thing.
season, I don't watch it every day.
Here's what happens. We're almost to this time of the year, by the way.
Oh, don't say
Actually,
that.
we might be in it right now.
Don't say this.
Oh, there's 50 whatever straight days.
Oh yeah, we are. It started yesterday.
And you know-
56.
And
we
you
have
know what's a
55.
part of that?
What?
Action.
Yeah.
People only jokingly watch Maction.
Wow.
Nobody watches Maction.
Jed actually watches.
Yeah,
Maction.
Jed does not do it as a
Jed
bit.
has a podcast.
We have a radio show.
And Jed has a disease.
What is his disease?
He drinks too much of that black licorice.
He does
stuff.
like that. He
Yeah.
does like that.
Kombucha?
Fireball. He likes Fireball too. Is that his?
No,
No. Yeah, Jaeger.
Yeah, he's a
Jaeger.
Jaeger
My
guy.
bad.
Oh, he
Jaeger
drinks
guy.
Jaeger.
He's a Jaeger guy.
He's a Jaeger and Red Bull guy.
Jed the
That
podcaster?
stuff is so bad.
Furley says, I legit love Maction. There you go.
No, you don't, Furley.
No,
So wait, are
I
you
think-
saying anyone who likes it is it's all a bit?
I think you're faking it.
You know what?
Wow.
You know, I think we need proof from people like Adam.
What do
We
you
need
want?
Proof. I want you to stream yourself on YouTube
Oh,
watching Maction, and
Yes.
Connor and I will occasionally just check in to see, is he still watching? Does he look interested? Oh, I don't know. Kind of looks a little sleepy there. Oh, he's looking at
will
his
you
phone.
stream yourself watching a game if he does that?
Well, I don't need to prove anything
Yeah,
to myself.
he's not telling you that he's a freak.
I want
Yeah.
to see what you're like during like a Rams noon game. Why don't you put yourself on YouTube for all to see?
No,
People
I don't
maybe
wanna-
want to see
no.
what you're like.
John likes to lock himself in his basement during
Yeah, just
games.
walk around.
what
I
I
don't
do.
lock myself in my
Me
basement.
and John are handshake.
There's not a lock
lot.
on the door, Nick,
I
but he
don't-
is in the basement.
I would know. He's never
My-
invited me over.
Yeah, same.
Well, now we have like a football watching thing because Christian and his friend come over, and so
The one that I met after overreacting.
yeah, he came over.
I
yeah.
met that guy too.
yeah.
Yeah.
Ethan.
Ethan.
They go to all the Husker games together and they watch football together.
GBR.
They're big pro fans. He's a Falcons fan.
Oh, he had a great night then last
He
night.
did.
Remember after week one when we were like,
Congrats,
Kirk
Ethan.
Cousins can't do a play action pass, and now he's winning football games.
And he threw for 500
500
yards.
That was
yards.
nuts. That was
In this
absolutely-
economy?
In this
Yes.
economy.
Seriously.
It makes me sad that he couldn't make it work in Minnesota because it seemed like a wholesome relationship he had with the coach.
With the coach?
Yeah. And also he had that house built where it had
did-
that
with the-
specific trophy room.
He never
He
used that
really liked
trophy
his
room.
Cole's cash.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean
You watched quarterback, right? Or did you never get
I
around
never
to
did
it?
watch that.
So he had this spot in his like office closet thing
Mhm.
that there was one spot in particular where the builder was like, that is for your trophy.
And he's like, please don't build that.
for
He's
your
like, no,
Super
we're gonna
Bowl
build it.
trophy. And he obviously has not
I watched
had to use that.
a lot of quarterback,
It's like
but
Dak
then
Prescott.
I got a little too annoyed by Patrick Mahomes and
Okay.
his life, so I stopped watching it. I stopped
Interesting.
caring.
Wow. Harsh.
And then what's his face who left the Falcons?
Marcus Mariota.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a tough look for him.
I got bored of it. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
I get it. Patrick Mahomes has 1 billion kids and a wife.
He just has like 2, doesn't he?
He's got like 3 now, doesn't he?
Oh,
I thought he just had
I
another
think
one.
it's 2.
Jed says, I like Jaeger/OJ, Jaeger Mules, Jaeger/root beer, Maction, Fun Belt, and
Jaeger and
football on
OJ?
every
Hold on,
single
hold
night.
on.
Yeah.
Jaeger Mules.
Oh, I didn't know Jed mixed his Jaeger. I thought he was just a straight.
Yeah,
Jaeger.
when I've hung out with him before, and
What's that?
he
Like
has said,
Jaeger and ginger beer?
he said Jaeger Red Bull, or no, maybe just said vodka Red Bull.
Jaeger.
What
Red
would-
Bull?
so
It was
You'd have a
just
heart
vodka.
attack immediately.
Maybe it's just vodka. Maybe it's just vodka.
If Jaeger or if vodka and orange juice is a screwdriver, is Jaeger and orange juice like a skull driver? Like what do you call
I'm
that?
not sure. It
You-
sounds dangerous.
you
Power
call-
drill?
What's the name of the stuff that the kids used to take that made them vomit? That's what you call it.
Oh, Ipecac.
Ipecac. Syrup of
Ipecac.
Ipecac.
Yeah.
That's what it's called.
Have you ever seen this?
I've seen that bit from Family Guy. That was one of my least favorite bits they've ever done.
Wow, that says a lot because they had a lot of bad bits on that stupid
Yeah.
show.
It was just they took it and then it was
Great
just Stewie, Brian, and Peter throwing up for 2
So wait, do
minutes.
us 3 dislike it? Because I know John's a fan.
Of what?
Family Guy.
I haven't watched it.
I
in a
never
long
watched
time.
it, and I never cared.
Bird
I-
is the word. No, thank you.
I
I
like-
want to
that
shoot
was
that bird in the face.
hilarious. I loved that.
that was so
fun.
stupid, John.
It was stupid, but it was funny.
How do you
wonder-
like that, but not Super Troopers? This is so
Because Super
disappointing.
Troopers wasn't funny.
Unreal.
I'm sorry, it
That's
wasn't.
not funny. That's not bird word. That's stupid.
It wasn't. It wasn't so much funny as it just was
It was the timing of it all, is what it was.
whimsical.
Whimsical.
So
That
I
was Super Troopers. Whimsical.
it hasn't been around for the same
Super
length
Super
of time
Troopers was also like drinking Jaeger.
as SNL, but maybe Family Guy is a similar thing to where it's better when you're in middle school because I loved Family Guy in middle school, and I think all the best episodes came out when I was in middle school.
Yeah, you do like different things when you're a young child.
hmm
Yeah.
Like the episode where Brian and Stewie go back in time, or
By the
they
way,
go to different multiverse dimensions.
Is
I'm
that
sorry.
show still on?
Family Guy?
I mean,
Still
new
cooking?
episodes.
Simpsons just started their 36th season.
Yeah, I was reading something about that this morning.
But is Family Guy still doing new episodes?
Let's see.
They still cooking?
That's crazy that The Simpsons is still on.
Yes,
It is.
It's been on my
Season
entire
23
life.
is set to
Yeah.
premiere October 14th.
Oh,
Wow.
it's coming right up.
Also, we'll probably see. Is this on Fox?
Yes.
So we'll see commercials for it during
Of
Fox
course.
NFL
Hey,
games.
you can watch it right during
Hey,
Maction.
We're Fox. We just throw away our whole Sunday night lineup. It's all animation.
It really is.
I mean, that's what they used to call it, animation domination.
I remember,
loved it.
yeah.
King of the Hill,
Treehouse
The
of
Simpsons.
We're going to see the Treehouse of Horrors commercial soon enough for The Simpsons. Treehouse of Horrors 54. Do you not know about this?
I love the Treehouse of Horror. They get wacky. They just
I thought you don't watch commercials, Josh.
I see those commercials.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know why those are the ones that
blind
stick
in
with
interesting ways.
me. Yeah. Kevin Kugler has tweeted in. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
I knew I could get
Bird
him
is the word. Oh, now I'm getting too many tweets. Bird is the word is one of the great running bits in Family Guy history. I'm now 100% on Team John Bishop. Wow, that's what it took.
Like tremendous.
No matter what John says, you're on John's team.
Ooh,
That's
let's
right.
test this out.
Lady
John.
on the toilet. Bird is the word.
Oh,
That is so stupid.
I liked it.
That
It
is
was funny.
So stupid.
Kevin,
No,
if this
I'm with
bit is
John.
so good, you have to
Stupid.
work it into your NFL call this weekend.
Yeah, let's see that.
Who's he
John.
calling this weekend?
He has.
Does he have a
It's,
game with
Denver.
He's
birds?
got the Broncos.
Yeah,
And who are they playing?
The Raiders.
Okay, there's no birds.
There's
in
a
that
way
game.
to fit Surf and Bird in there.
You think so?
All he
Yeah.
has to do is tell his producer, "Hey, if you see like a bird or something,
What about a guy
like
who looks like
perched
Peter
on one of
from
the
Family Guy?
perched on one of the light posts,
Ah.
all he has to do is say, "Hey, just get me a shot of a bird at some point during the
We
game."
are in
And
Halloween
he can make
season.
it- he can make a mess.
Or
there's
somebody
guy
might
named
be
Peter.
at the game
Peter
looking
Griffin.
like Peter.
Yeah.
Right? That has to
Yeah.
happen.
Or what if a play happens and
Lewis.
Kevin's like, Uma Mau Mau?
I don't know what that. Oh, is that from the?
Yeah,
Is
is
that
that
a
a
bird
thing? We watched Full Metal Jacket.
Maybe they call. Maybe Kevin calls Bo Nix Bird Nix.
Oh, sorry, I misspoke there. I meant to call him Bo. And then he would go, "Oh, but he is the word, like the bird." There you go, Kevin.
There's your pick.
I think
right
it's something with
I'll
that.
donate
Now that's
$5
funny.
to any charity for Kevin.
this
if
just
he
makes
does
me
that.
this makes me miss John's word of the game.
Oh, we could bring that back this year.
I'll always forget too.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I'll
but
try.
Ravi was always the one who said
I
the
think
word.
there's something about this chair where you like the bird is the word, and there's something about that chair that doesn't like bird is the word because I believe,
Michael Severe
I believe
chair.
Mr. Severe hated.
Oh, yeah, but Happer sits there.
Connor Happer sits in.
Josh
that
says
chair.
bird is
Well,
the turd.
Nice,
than-
Nick.
than
Thank you.
Maybe I need to move to that
who
chair.
are wearing a pullover of a blue jay, which is a bird.
Oh, wow. Would you say that is the
Does that
word?
mean I
say-
love bird is the
I
word?
say that is the word.
I don't. Yeah.
Wow, tough look, Happer.
Yeah. I guess so. Hypocrite.
Mm-hmm.
What a hypocrite.
Mm-hmm.
I would 100%. No, I would 10 bazillion % endorse instead of playing that stupid Neil Diamond. If they were
Great
to
take,
replace
John.
it with the bird is the word.
Oh, my gosh.
Actually,
Yes.
would
No.
support that. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd support that.
Because it's more specific to the Blue Jays. Oh, what is Sweet Caroline? What is some?
Ba, ba, ba.
What does that have to do
kill
with the
me.
Jays?
Can't believe
It has
you don't like
nothing.
the good
but
times.
The bird is the word.
They've never seemed so good.
It's the
But
Bostonification of America.
Mow.
Yeah, hard to argue with that.
Boston did that to us.
They did.
Yeah.
When I
Those
was at
idiots
That's why I
from
hate it.
Boston.
When I was at Fenway to watch John Lester throw a no-hitter, that is one of the great sports moments of my life when everyone sung that song together in the middle of the 8th inning. It was
Idiots.
I have a video of me.
incredible.
I have a video of me at Fenway for the only time I was at Fenway, and I was
Yeah.
just standing there angrily
Yeah.
as
That's right.
as
I did.
everyone sung around me. I'm wearing a Royals jersey.
I have seen
Nice.
it.
Royals are losing. Everybody's singing, being happy. I hated it. I
It's,
don't like
it's
it.
awful. It's
It's a bad
terrible.
song.
It's the worst.
Why do
Neil
you hate
Diamond,
it?
a great artist.
I have. Okay. I've never liked Neil Diamond because
Mm.
that was one of the bands that Dad would play in the car all the time.
Oh, like Zeppelin and
like
Beach Boys.
like, idiot mamas.
All
and
the
papas.
leaves are.
All the leaves are brown.
You're not in on Cracklin' Rosie, John?
No,
Blue
cannot
today.
stand Neil Diamond.
I like Neil Diamond. I hate that song. I hate. And
Cracklin'
Touching
Rosie. What
it.
the hell is it? A brand of pork rinds? I mean, jeez.
John, you would probably hate the movie Saving Silverman.
Oh, good movie.
I've heard of
From
it.
the early aughts.
They're in a Neil Diamond cover band.
A Neil Diamond cover band.
Yeah.
So the
Wow.
It's a great, great.
The nerd
I've heard
alive
of the
Neil
movie, but I had
Diamond.
no idea that's
Nick,
what the premise
Nick,
was.
you know how you get mad when people say that you would say this movie is problematic? You would say that the movie is problematic because the entire story is trying to get a guy out of a relationship.
We're gonna kidnap Judith and set Darren up with Sandy.
Yeah, it's very funny though.
It's a great movie.
I
It's a great
liked it.
movie.
It's not available for free except for on Tubi and the Roku channel.
I would, if you guys did Saving Silverman,
Would you join
for
us?
Movie Club, I would join
Here it is, an hour and 36 minutes.
because it's been some time. I'd like to see it again, and I would join.
John, it's your turn to pick for next week since I will be gone famously. want to do Saving Silverman? It's only an hour and a half.
Yeah, but it's about Neil Diamond.
No, it's not about Neil. Although Neil Diamond is in it.
It's about Neil Diamond.
Neil Diamond's in it.
And
In the
that's
chat,
C,
Jimmy Palmer
yeah.
says SS is a classic.
SS.
Yikes. Well, take that out of context.
SS. Huh?
Mhm.
Only there was a Twitter for it.
Yeah,
Hey,
indeed.
Give me the synopsis. Again.
So one of their friends is here. I'll just go read the actual.
Yeah, read the plot. I wonder what it
You
was.
can't describe it yourself.
No, I can't. I just want to know how they would describe it. It has been a few years for me, John, since I saw this movie.
Oh.
It's a 2001 American romantic comedy film. In the film, Darren Silverman's longtime friends try to save him from marrying his controlling new girlfriend, whose
Judith.
behavior threatens the friends, their band, and Darren's choice at happiness with his lifelong true love.
Sandy.
But how much?
Jason Biggs was in this.
Jason
Steve
Biggs.
Zahn, Jack Black, Amanda Pete. Amanda Pete was the annoying girlfriend,
Amanda
right?
Pete was Judith.
I
So
miss Amanda
the
Pete.
problematic part is, you think that I would find the problematic part a guy trying to get his friend out of a bad relationship? Because that feels like a good thing to do.
Okay, it just seems like something you'd be like, hey, let him decide.
I mean, sometimes
That sounds like Nick, doesn't it?
as somebody who was in an extremely
Yeah.
toxic relationship at one point, sometimes you need a friend to help get you out
Didn't
of that.
anybody try to get you out of it?
Yes.
Did you
anybody try to
appreciate them in the
kidnap you?
moment?
Yes,
Bro-
actually.
Oh, okay. All right.
Did
Never
they
mind.
kidnap you?
No.
Or her?
Well, wait a minute.
they
If
did not
you
kidnap me.
appreciated them in the moment, why didn't you just do the damn thing yourself?
Oh, good call. Great question from
Because
John.
if you're in a bad relationship like that, John, it's easy, it's not always that easy.
You said
yeah, but if
appreciated
you
in the
wanted
moment.
out of it,
Yes.
so what did the friend do? Did you make the friend break up with her?
Did she threaten
No. Sometimes. No. He just offered
threatened
a
you?
lot of support and helped me keep my mind straight,
Okay.
you? Are you threatening?
Okay.
helped me commit,
and now look at you.
was there to have a shoulder to cry on.
You're happy.
Now I'm in a great relationship.
You go watch running events.
love it.
I do.
You
It's
can watch
awesome.
Saving Silverman and not get triggered.
Which friend?
Probably.
Which friend will you trust the most to get you out of this relationship if you don't like it?
Don't want to get out of this relationship.
Oh, okay.
It's a great
Good.
relationship.
Okay.
Good job. Good job.
I'm just checking.
Good question.
Great movie. Let's watch it all together.
Hey, so it's John's turn this weekend. If he doesn't pick it, I will pick it for the following week.
Okay.
We can watch it on Tubi, and then you can join us.
Well, I'll let you choose.
Okay. All right.
Well, I mean, I don't want to take an idea away from you.
All right. Well, I'll be gone next week, so it wouldn't be as fun for me because I wouldn't get to participate.
So you still have a movie to pick, John.
Do you have your movie?
No, I don't.
You should go home and watch Blair Witch Project and join us today.
You should actually. That would be fun. I would like to get
It's
your
on
take.
Peacock. It's only 80 minutes.
I don't like
Scary movies.
I don't like Halloween movies.
Well, the good news
Oh.
is it's not scary.
Oh,
I said I
that's
don't
a
like
little
Halloween
tease.
movies.
Oh, interesting.
Also,
It's not a Halloween
It's not a
movie. It's a
Halloween
horror
movie.
movie.
It's not around the times of Halloween.
No. I mean, it,
Interesting.
I mean,
it looks
is.
like fall.
It is
looks
the
like
fall.
fall.
That would be
yeah.
the first Halloween movie ever to not place
I'd call it
around
more of a
Halloween.
psychological movie.
no.
than
Nightmare Before Christmas
Oh, wow, yeah.
is Christmas.
But that one
forget.
explicitly says like, "Hey, it's Christmas."
Otson says that you would be triggered by
What
Blair
about
Witch.
Krampus? Krampus is a Halloween movie.
But once again, Christmas.
Laszlo points out that the movie is set in October. But they don't ever say, oh, it's Halloween.
Yeah, no.
true.
It's assumed.
It's
All
like
of
my
it-
theory. Just because a movie's set in December doesn't make it a Christmas movie.
Is that your theory?
Yes.
It's not like Bill Simmons.
Just because
He doesn't think Home Alone is a Christmas movie, even
Home
though
Alone
like
is very clearly a
a
Christmas.
large
Home Alone
portion of
is
it
a
is
Christmas
built
movie.
around
Yeah.
the actual Christmas day.
Christmas is a character in that.
If
movie.
Christmas is a cornerstone of the movie, then it's a Christmas movie. But if it's just a feature in the movie, then it's not a Christmas movie. It's just, hey, it's Christmas. Because it's December.
we don't want to talk about if Die Hard's a Christmas movie because that's a stupid conversation.
that.
It is a stupid conversation because it is a Christmas movie.
I actually think it is too.
I don't, but
I don't.
yeah. Nope. And there it is from Chris. Die Hard arguments incoming.
We
What do
got
you got?
takes all over the
Oh,
place.
I think John's looking for a movie right
I'm
now.
trying. Yeah.
Did you forget that it was your turn?
Well, it's your turn. You're
Pick
just
Saving
you're just
Silverman.
backing out like you
Yeah, pick
always
Saving
do.
Silverman. Who's
No,
filling
no,
in for
no,
me
no,
next
I don't
week?
wanna
Happer, you
take-
want to
I
fill
don't
in for
wanna-
me next week?
I don't want to take yours.
Who's filling in for me?
I have no idea.
You could ask that person to pick a movie. It's funny if it was Jack because he hates watching movies. When he filled in for you one time, he watched half of the movie.
You see the email we just got?
Uh-oh.
Remember last week, that conversation we had off air?
Oh, here it is. Old man Doug. Pick Beastmaster. Stibbs would approve.
Oh, John, you could pick Beastmaster.
Yeah.
He has been asking for this for 4 years.
It's just
Guess what movie we're not going to pick? Here's the how about this? If our show ever comes apart, we can do that for the last movie club.
Oh, like if
Okay.
if somebody
Oh,
leaves,
you know
Somebody
what?
leaves or dies.
when the
Oh.
missile's in the air.
We'll do it. We'll say really quick.
Let's just watch it on the air at that point.
There you go. We can do a live commentary.
We can die watching Beastmaster.
You would disseminate?
Yeah, I think if we're gonna get nuked, I'm gonna disseminate Beastmaster.
Not a bad idea.
I'll angle the camera.
But
What's
if
YouTube
everyone
gonna
survives,
do?
The FCC
Copyright us?
will get you.
Yeah, freaking YouTube.
Yeah.
Taking down the
He got in
Bruce
trouble.
Hornsby in the ring. No, I never got in trouble.
Yeah, you did.
You
played
did.
a Bruce Hornsby
How did
song?
I get in
Yes,
trouble?
Because you
he
made
did.
it.
So?
Then you did it.
No, okay, hold on. Yeah, I made it for the radio show because it's audio.
Yeah,
Okay.
but we're also on YouTube. John, this is not new.
No.
We're doing this for like 5
did
years.
it. Well, first of all, that's not the first.
I can't play licensed music on you. We can't do that.
Do you realize?
There's a reason we can't do that.
realize
It was a live. It was a live interview.
Every
Which Bruce
time we
Hornsby
do
song?
one of our live interviews,
It's like here.
Yes.
I always mix
I
in one
know.
of my songs.
And every time you do that, I wait for the hammer to drop. Why do you think I was checking it?
Wait, so why didn't it?
I am not going to acquiesce to YouTube. They have to bend to me.
Well, until
Wow.
we get 3 strikes against us, and then we can't use it anymore.
John is like the Walter
we have-
White.
John,
of
we
I'm
have
the
like
Walter White. I'm coming after you.
We have like
YouTube.
3,000 subscribers.
the
Don't
one
let's
who
not do
No,
that.
John, if you do keep up this crusade,
Okay,
we
you
will
realize
lose the channel.
that Mr. YouTube
Miyagi?
cop over here, you never caught any of them. So the
No,
reason-
I've caught all of them. YouTube hadn't caught them.
Oh, and this is the first I'm hearing of this.
Yes, because this is the first time YouTube got it.
But if it was such a concern to you,
It's
I am
always
the
been a
danger.
concern to
then
me.
why didn't you say something?
Because you would have made fun of me, said I was freaking out, said it wouldn't have mattered, and then this would have happened anyway.
Now I'm going to double down. I'm going to
I
just
know
mix in
you
music
are.
in the middle of these things.
Which Bruce Hornsby song was it?
I don't remember off the top of my head. It was just I just
Was it
randomly
Mandolin
go
Rain?
through the songs on the computer and I just pick one and
I
drag it in.
love Mandolin Rain.
You know what? From now on, I'm going to play yakety sax.
That's probably okay. I don't know.
It's better than the 80s crap you play.
80s music is good.
You have
Josh.
no right to talk about music,
Why
mister.
not?
I listen to. You know what? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put in Stuart Mandel podcast double speed and bumps.
Oh,
YouTube
that
would
yeah.
hate that.
Well, they won't pull it though. I think we'd be okay, Nick.
I don't know. Bruce Mandel might copyright
Stuart
claim that,
Mandel.
though. Whoever.
You book him sometimes, Nick. Don't call him whoever.
Did I
Maybe
say
he's
Bruce
listening.
Mandel?
Yeah,
I was
you
thinking of
combine 'em.
Bruce Hornsby.
By
I'm
the
sorry.
way, guys, I just got a calendar reminder that was
Uh-oh.
just for me. I wish that I would have written any extra context, which we always
Was
forget
it
to
something
do.
we're supposed to talk about on the crossover today?
It says, "Don't buy into the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, I remember this.
Remember the off-season podcast." John said that I would be buying in
I
on October
remember this.
4th.
Yeah.
Guess what, John? I haven't bought into the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, we're in no danger of this.
They suck. Can't wait for predictions later when John inevitably picks them. He just trolls me all the time.
I don't
he's
think
gonna-
John would pick the. He's smarter
He
than
keeps
that.
picking them. Every week he picks them to win, no matter who they play. They play the Saints. I think they're going to win and cover.
Look at that face.
Yeah, he's smiling.
He's-
If
Oh,
I
yeah.
only had this kind of power. Apparently, I do have this power. I have the Kavorka. I cause YouTube to go into spasms, and I cause the Cowboys to lose.
He's
I
the
am
Heisenberg
all
of
powerful.
YouTube.
I
I
don't
am
like it.
Heisenberg in everything now.
I don't
This
like
is
it.
great.
I don't like it. They suck. Everyone's injured. Their second receiver is bad, and he's injured now too. He went to some extra doctor, and then he got sick.
Brandon Cooks.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Old ass.
Yeah, so
Brandon
what's the
Cooks.
deal there? He had that an infection from
Yeah.
the surgery that he had?
From an outside doctor.
That sounds like definitely something that would happen.
Why
to
wouldn't
a
the
team
doctor
with
be-
great vibes?
Why would the doctor be outside? Why not inside in a clinic or a hospital where doctors belong?
Damn it, Nick.
Probably why you got the
Look at that.
infection. You've
And
got
now we
dirt
have
in it.
nothing to talk about it.
Yeah, you grinded it to a halt. I wanted to vent about the Cowboys.
Keep
and now-
venting.
Nah, they're bad.
You can talk through my bad
They
jokes.
Suck. They suck.
That doesn't have to be the end.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, if I pick a movie, does it have to be a movie that doesn't have any popular music in it so it doesn't get taken down by YouTube?
Nice, John.
I don't know why this concept is so hard for you, John.
Yeah, I'm on Nick's side.
No, it is not hard for me, but all you needed to do was say, hey, could you put in like some generic music?
Yes,
in
I've
it?
said that. I've
No,
done
you
that.
have never told me. For those interviews, you've never said that.
I thought you did that
Hey-
specifically to spite me.
No.
I thought those interviews
And
were
to
live.
God, you have never said, don't put those in.
Yeah, I thought those interviews were live. Sometimes,
They are. They're very live.
Yeah. All of our interviews are live today, for the record.
Yes.
They are.
Yeah. Can't walk them
Yeah,
out.
all you need to do is say,
I'm sorry, John. I
honestly,
thought I
don't
told
think
you.
of it. I don't think of it.
I thought you were just doing
Because
that to
I'm a
spite
man
me.
of radio.
This is uncomfortable right
And
now.
we pay the ASCAP fees to play the beautiful, popular music on our radio
But
station.
not
we
on
do.
our YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is why, once again, just like bad tip-off times. TV ruins everything.
It is funny that John
take.
was the one who started StreamYard, and now he's always ranting about StreamYard.
Well, it's kind of like Oppenheimer. He invented the bomb, and now I am death, ruler of worlds. Is that the line? Is that the right line?
Bish Oppenheimer.
You're pretty close.
I am death.
I am death.
I have become death, destroyer of worlds.
I have become death.
You can pick that movie.
That's too long.
4-hour movie.
It's just 3.
That's
It's not basketball
How many
season yet.
seconds of a song could you get away with on YouTube?
It's pretty good. You can't get away with any seconds anymore.
0
That's
seconds.
a myth.
No seconds.
No
but
seconds.
it's strange. That's the first time they've grabbed it in one of those.
You never know.
Live interviews.
Yeah, YouTube's weird. It picks and chooses, but when it picks it, it picks it.
Duncan says, just pick a Disney movie. John, have you thought about picking a Disney movie?
Well, I got rid of Disney Plus.
Oh, okay.
You got
Never
rid
mind.
of Disney Plus?
Yeah.
How are you going
We
to watch
don't
Star
use it.
Wars?
He doesn't watch Star Wars
I
anymore.
have all the DVD.
I think he's out on the new shows.
Oh.
Welcome to my side.
I haven't seen Acolyte.
Yeah, I didn't watch it either.
I heard it was really.
Happer, you ever see Acolyte?
Never heard of such a thing.
I heard
All right.
I heard people hated Acolyte because it was woke.
No wonder you didn't like it.
I just had no interest in seeing it. You know.
Same, for the record.
Chance says I hated it day one, and no one listened to
I
me.
got a one. I want to.
Was he talking about StreamYard?
Acolyte, I think.
Oh, okay.
Damn.
What?
I had a movie I thought I would like to pick, and I knew you wouldn't like it.
Well,
But-
pick it then.
No, but
Beastmaster?
it's too long.
I'm not here next week.
Yeah, but it's too long. The movie's too long.
How
How
long
long
is
is it?
Like
Nice.
2:45.
What is it? What movie is it?
I was going to pick Scarface.
I've never seen
Nice.
Scarface.
That movie is 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh, that is disgusting.
Shorter than The Godfather.
seen it. How do you know?
It's just a long movie. If I pick long movies,
So was The Godfather.
yeah, Godfather's good though.
You've never seen Scarface. How do you know it's not good?
It looks like it's not my vibe.
It's about a drug lord.
It
It's
could be
about
good.
crime.
I don't know. It could be good. Pick it. I'll watch it.
No. You're
You'll
not
be
going
gone.
to be here next week, you idiot.
I know.
You'd
you're
like
a-
Scarface.
Tanner says V for Vendetta. We actually did V for Vendetta.
We did.
Yeah, that was back in the COVID times.
It was okay.
I never got to see it.
Yeah,
It was-
yeah, you weren't here yet.
It was
I think
okay.
Stibbs picked it.
John, let's do like Talladega Nights or something. Let's do a fun racing movie.
Well, again, part of this depends on who is filling in. You
Mm.
want to do something that they're going to enjoy. You know, remember when
Racing.
Michael sat in and he hated Super Troopers as well.
Yeah.
You know, if it's Jack, you got to pick like a 25-minute movie so he'll actually sit down and watch it. Got to be a short movie, a Pixar short. Otherwise, he won't watch it. Plus, he's going to that Royals game next week.
That's right. He is.
That's
he was
wild.
stressing out about. He's still stressing out about the time we were talking it out off the air on his show today.
Oh, because they still haven't
I-
announced it.
Well, here's my theory.
Okay.
all right, that because they're wondering what's going to happen with the other two National League series. I think the Royals game. This would be 3, right?
Correct.
Will be at night.
Agreed. It
It's
involves
just-
the Yankees.
It involves
just-
the Yankees.
But it depends on, where the Dodgers are in the equation, whether or not the Royals game would start at let's say 6 versus 7 or 7:30.
Yeah.
So, but I think it's.
So you're
gonna be at
saying
night
whether the
no matter
Dodgers
what.
game is before them or after them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah.
That-
but
that-
it's going
that-
to be a night. It'll be after 5:30.
So why is he stressing though? Is he worried that he will miss it? Why is Jack stressing about it? Is he just wanting to know, or
because he's trying to go down to watch it and then
he has to
come
come back and
back?
do the show?
yeah, and
'Cause
he's
Jack
got to
won't
make
fill
plans.
in for him.
He's got to make plans for his show and
Yeah.
all the other stuff.
Long day.
Long day. Oh,
That's okay. It's
long
worth it.
2 days.
Watch the Royals play in the playoffs, man.
And
Yeah.
especially, what if? I'm not saying this to troll, but what if
It's a clincher.
it's a clincher for the Yankees,
Oh, that'd be a bummer.
Be great
which
for
could happen. I mean, it is the
be
Yankees.
great for a bunch of people in Olathe.
Latha.
Yeah, there's a running joke that all the people in Olathe and Lenexa are just Yankees
Oh,
fans.
okay. One of my
And they just become Royals fans
Okay.
random.
one of my best
Yeah.
friends, him and his wife and their children, they live in Olathe.
Yeah.
She is a Royals fan though. I
Yeah.
think he's a Cubs fan, but he's happy when the Royals
It's like
are good.
West Omaha, basically.
Okay.
They all-
Yeah, oh, yeah. It's a very nice part of town. Yeah. His house is nice. Shout out Rob.
Nice job,
All right,
Rob.
I think
Yeah, good work, Rob. You find your movie?
I think so, but I'm waiting to hear back
So-
from someone to see if they want to film.
Caller Damien suggested a movie called Wildcat, but the one that I keep seeing, I don't know if that's the one that He was-
Wildcat's the one. Isn't that Goldie Hawn when she becomes a football coach?
Okay, yes. So that is who we mentioned. But when I looked up Wildcat, because I didn't know about that one, it comes up with a biopic about Flannery O'Connor,
Who's
and-
that?
author trying to get their first book published while they were diagnosed with lupus.
Lupus.
Scott Frost.
Scott Frost.
But I think
Happy
that
Lupus
first
Day.
one is the one that
yeah, no, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure.
Have you
that's
guys
what they
done
were-
Speed? Speaking of Wildcat.
I've never seen Speed.
John hates Keanu Reeves.
Why do you
I
hate
don't
Keanu Reeves?
I don't hate
What about
Keanu
Sandy
Reeves. I
B?
just like to make fun of Keanu.
Oh, I thought you hated him.
Yeah, he's just
What about
nothing.
Sandra Bullock?
Oh, she's fine.
All right. Do Speed.
Let's
I've
just
seen
do-
Speed. I've seen Speed a couple
Let's
of times.
do what's the second Alien movie?
Aliens.
Let's do Aliens.
I'm
can
waiting
pick
to
it.
hear
I
back
know.
to see, and I might let that person pick. If not, I have an option.
Okay.
All right.
Awesome.
And Josh is going to pick Saving Silverman next week.
For the following week, and then you're going to come in with us.
Sure.
On
If I'm
StreamYard.
not busy.
Are you busy on Friday, October 18th, the day before 5-1 Nebraska takes on 6-0 Indiana?
What time do you guys do this segment?
3:45.
Yeah, I could be here for that
Nice.
because
You
Creighton
don't
plays
have
volleyball that night.
you don't have to be here. You can just be
No, but it's better. I will be here.
Okay,
Because
perfect.
Creighton plays volleyball that night.
There we go. Look at that.
Be here.
Well, how about that?
Look at that.
How about
we have,
that?
we have the next 2 weeks. It's on Tubi.
I'm sorry, I missed it. What did you?
Saving Silverman.
Okay, cool.
I have a DVD.
Nice.
I have a DVD.
that
Nice.
tracks.
Of course.
You seem like you'd have DVDs of movies that you like.
Oh, that's it. Here's a
Dude,
good.
I used to. We used to burn DVDs.
Here is a good
Oh,
bit.
yeah.
Go home and find the weirdest DVD that you own and take a picture.
I have like
of it.
8 copies of.
Oh.
Fever
Hashtag
Pitch.
tweet your DVD collection.
Now,
Your DVDs.
Does it have to
Yeah.
be a movie or could it just be any DVD?
I don't know what that means.
Well, because I have box
Just take a
sets
picture of a
like,
DVD.
TV shows.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. It doesn't have to be a movie.
I might have
Last-
an instructional DVD somewhere.
That doesn't count.
Okay.
I'm talking about a movie or a TV show that you're like, why the hell do I own this?
Last
Gotcha.
DVD I ever bought, Lone Survivor with Mark Wahlberg. That was
Oh,
was probably like 7 to 8 years ago now.
I think that might even be longer ago.
maybe longer.
Yeah.
That was the last
It was a
DVD I
war
ever bought.
movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He's in. Yeah,
He is of war.
Yes.
I remember that movie.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, I think it was.
Pretty good. I think it was too. But I have the DVD.
When you
got-
started saying that, I thought you were going to mention it was the sniper, American Sniper.
American
That's what I thought you were
Sniper.
talking about.
Is
You know
that the
what?
one with the fake baby?
It's the one with the fake baby.
Correct.
Good
Yeah.
movie though.
Bradley Cooper's.
Yeah, really good movie.
Very
That's when it was like, whoa, Bradley Cooper.
Yeah.
He's a serious actor.
Mhm.
And now here he is a decade later still trying to win that Oscar.
Sort of a sad ending though.
Yeah. Spoiler alert.
Whoops.
Yeah. He dies.
Whoops.
It's a good movie though, John.
Also, people keep saying that I have a bunch of DVD porn. I grew up with the internet. I've
People
never owned a
keep
porn
saying
DVD.
Many are
that.
saying you're starting
Yeah.
to see this more and more.
Yeah.
Why would I have porn on DVD?
Why people keep saying that? I like that.
Don't put on the internet that I have porn on DVD.
Nice.
likes DVD porn.
Why does Nick have porn on DVD, and why does YouTube keep sanctioning?
Mm.
All right.
Okay.
Well, enjoy your last night stress free.
Thank you. I will.
Oh yeah.
Or are you the kind that's already going to be like, oh, I'm getting nervous?
No, I'm going to try and forget about it. I'm going to try and forget about it.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I hope you sleep well.
I don't start getting nervous like if it was the Cubs instead of the Royals. It would be like starting at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
You should have seen me on before I came in to do my show on Wednesday and Thursday or
Yeah,
Tuesday and
yeah.
Wednesday. I mean, Josh could attest this. I was just like pacing around.
Oh, like
this
John.
This is at 10
Like the
o'clock in the
salsa.
morning. They play till 3:30.
Yeah, wow, that's
Yeah. Just
See you tomorrow. So you'll be doing that tomorrow as we're watching
it's
the end of the
just
Nebraska game.
It's just not a very wide margin for error, Josh, in the
No,
postseason.
it's not, especially in a best of 5 series.
That's why you hope the other team can't hit the baseball very good. I'm afraid in the case of the Yankees, they have a couple players who can.
Yeah, well, one of those
They
guys
do.
has only hit like 211 in his career in the playoffs, so maybe he keeps it up.
Hello.
Yeah, that's
What a
not
stat.
or maybe the law of averages comes back.
Yeah, what is it? 2001? How did I know that stat?
Baseball stat, Josh.
Who was
Mhm.
that?
Aaron Judge.
Oh, yeah.
The tall
Only
one.
the MVP.
The tall
211 in playoff history,
I
though.
was thinking it was Juan Soto, but I guess
No, I don't know his stats.
Oh, he's been really good in the playoffs.
Yeah, he
won
was
a
really
World
good
Series.
for the
Padres.
Nationals?
Nats,
No,
the
Nats.
Natties. All right,
Goodbye.
Bye, Happer. See you tomorrow.
Yes.
Bye.
It's
With our
fine.
comfy shorts.
Comfy shorts, John. Suck it.
Yeah. I bet you
did
hate
not
us.
hate
know. I
comfy
don't have a
shorts.
problem with comfy shorts. I thought he was talking about wearing sweatpants.
Not yet. It's going to be 90 tomorrow. Closer
People
to 100,
forget.
actually.
People forget.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye.
16-20 in the zone. It's homecoming. And like a good alum, I'm going to be at our alma mater.
Oh, come on.
Where are you going to be, Josh?
At 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Cake, because I'm hosting Big Red Overreaction.
Well, guess what?
What?
It's not quite homecoming yet.
No?
But it is Friday, and it's a great night for football.
And you guys all came here knowing that building a freaking national champion here was going to be hard. So why would you want this to be easy? You're built for hard. Go out there, and when you see something hard, run right through it. You take what you want today, because we got more heart.
University of Nebraska football is on the air.
Good afternoon, football fans, on a beautiful afternoon in Lincoln, Nebraska, with another sellout crowd, of course.
You can feel it in the air, like lightning on the edge of the night.
If he's in there, touchdown!
You can feel it everywhere, the party time all over tonight.
Touchdown, Nebraska. John Bullock with a pick six.
Friday night, the great night of football.
Oh, the young guy, I'm just running through tacklers.
Friday night, the great night of football.
He's in there for the touchdown!
You can relax and let's get down to it. It's gonna be a hell of a fight. We got a great night of football tonight.
Oh, man, woman and child.
You know everybody needs more body contact once in a while.
That is some kind of malunga.
It's a game of give and take. You got to grab the chance to run wild.
Touchdown, Nebraska.
Friday night, the great night for football.
When did you see that one on the screen?
Cats and the stallions, ready to do it. Friday night, the great night for football.
Goes in for a touchdown!
Got to relax and let's get down to it. It's gonna be a hell of a fight. We got a great night of football tonight.
Look out! Brown touchdown.
In this prime time jungle,
And I saw the heart of this team
every time there is a rumble.
on Sunday, on Monday, on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday. And I'm telling you right now, we're way more powerful this week than we were last week.
Smith takes the ball at the 35. He's coming forward now to the 40. He cuts upfield to 50, the 45, the 40. He's to the 30. He's to the 20. He's all the way home. Touchdown!
The cats and the stallions are ready to do it. Friday night, the great night for football. Sit back and relax and let's get down to it. It's gonna be a hell of a night. We got a great night of football tonight.
Doesn't your weekend start better when this song hits at 2:30?
Yes, it does.
It's all about Fridays here on the Grum.
Sit back and relax and let's get down to it. It's gonna be a hell of a night.
Fox really missed out, man. They should
I
have
know.
used this.
It would have been perfect.
Too late. It's ours. You can't use it.
Nice. General observation.
Yeah?
A lot of songs from the 80s like to reference jungles.
Do they?
Yes.
Hmm.
But the only examples I have at this moment are Welcome to the Jungle in this one, but I know that there are other like soft rock-ish kind of songs
So
that mention
A
jungles.
lot equals 2.
For now.
Says Nick.
What's wrong with Jungle?
It's not that there's anything wrong with it, it's just interesting. Like there a few years ago there was a lot of songs in a rock that mentioned moths to flames. Sometimes there's these really specific lyrical trends and I don't know why.
I don't know. You know?
This is like when my one of my brothers said 20-ish years ago, he's like, every movie has a famous line. And I said, like, what? And he goes, in The Patriot, the guy says, before this war is over, I'm going to kill you. I was like, I'm like, what else? And he goes, that's the only one I can think of right now. Like, so not every movie has a famous line then.
I'm not saying every song from the 80s mentions the jungle. I'm just saying there are a lot that I've
All right.
noticed.
Well, you have plenty of time to figure
Think
out
of others.
Yeah, to find some others.
Okay.
Yeah.
To think of others.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, Nick has promised people a live in-game 1620 chat is going on.
I hope that
I
Becky was talking about Hanley because I have not had contact with Becky. And
Yeah,
I don't know what this
it seems
is.
like Nick Grimm has promised all of the listeners
Nick Grimm hasn't promised
a 1620 Discord channel
No.
where they can chat during games.
I'm not the director of Discord, so I can't help you.
Well, if anyone's listening upstairs, Nick would happily do it. He'd
All
moderate it too.
Oh my God, no!
What's the Discord?
You know, the thing that you tried to download that one time and you're like,
that piece of crap?
No,
That's what
John,
that was?
it's not a
That
piece
thing
of
that
crap.
doesn't work?
It's
You are
great.
the only
What a
person who's
piece
had
of
trouble.
crap.
Yeah,
Yeah, and you guys still use it, right?
Yeah, because it's awesome.
I use Discord all the time.
I thought you got away from it because
No,
you
we
went to StreamYard.
No, we do both. We use it all the time. It's going great. Many are chatting. Many people
Also-
are saying many words.
Cool.
Have you seen any?
Enjoy.
Is the NFL Discord still
Look at
a
all
thing?
those
Because
words. Look at all those words.
the NFL Discord was a bad idea, and I can't believe they did that.
NFL? Like the
Yeah,
NFL
the
did a
NFL
Discord?
Came out with an official Discord,
I had never heard about
and
this.
I was seeing screenshots from it, and they are exactly what you would think that they would be.
Chance says, I'll be the mod. Trust me, bros. There you go. Nick, you and Chance can handle the moderation. Becky,
Do it.
Theo.
Just for Becky and
Sounds like a
Crime Dog
bad
or
idea.
whatever.
Nice.
You know, it's the same.
Scruff.
It's the
McGruff.
same person, just different identities.
Nice. Perfect.
Well, welcome to the Grum, brought to you by Union Bank. Your money has people. It is a One Beer Friday presented by Cross Train Brewing.
Let's go.
The Grum Down, brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Are you ready for the biggest game of the season?
We keep saying this. Every week it's the biggest game. But this one is.
But you see,
But this one actually is the biggest game, John.
until next week,
Well, next week's an idle week.
whatever, 2 weeks from now.
Nice.
We did not get to our Stumanji Sports Bureau number, so we will do that
No,
today.
we didn't. This is good stuff. This is really good stuff.
Levante David, Ndamukong Suh, Nebraska Athletics Hall of Famer Ndamukong Suh. He's getting inducted this afternoon.
And his end
as
card.
we speak. Roger Craig, among others. Who is the modern best NFL Husker?
You asked that question last night.
I
Looks like
did.
you
I
got
had
a
no
lot of
idea it was
responses.
going to blow up like it
That's
did.
pretty cool. It's always fun when that happens. That's good. Some good wholesome content on the internet.
Well, it was wholesome until a couple of
Uh-oh.
guys started getting into fights and calling each other names. It's like, really? Seriously? Is this
Wow,
what we're
really? That's hilarious. I didn't see that.
doing? You know, it happens.
Wow.
Kent's Movie Club is the Blair Witch Project. We'll have games of the week in college football, maybe some NFL if we get a chance. We got a very busy show
It's
today.
a busy show. It really is.
Parker Fleming of Stats O.R.
New friend of the Grum.
We've had a lot of new friends of the Grum this year.
This has been a great football season for introducing ourselves to people, and it's going to continue.
Who's the other one?
K Ford, baby. What do you mean? Who's the other one? The guy we quote his stats every Monday.
We do. He's a great guy.
Yeah, he is indeed.
As we mentioned, Cross Train One Beer Friday. Make sure you take a pic of what you are enjoying this weekend. I mean, it's good. It's still good beer drinking weather, folks, because it's going to be warm.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be very warm. But just remember tomorrow, if you are working outside
Hydrate.
or going to the game and going to be outside for a while, you get traditional hydration.
Yeah.
That's not, barley pop.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not saying you can't enjoy a barley
I've never
pop or
heard
two,
barley pop before. That's
but
funny.
make sure you, that's an older term.
Yeah.
Make sure you also get some water and
Yeah,
Gatorade.
stay hydrated, friends.
A
That
friend
kind
of
stuff.
mine, as a joke, he says this. He calls them road sodas.
Wow. Nick.
That's a good one, too.
No, it's not.
a joke. Don't drink and drive. He says it as a joke. It's ironic.
Well, no. But for the other people in the car, they're on the road. They're just not driving.
If it's a state where that's allowed, for sure. Like Missouri, but not Nebraska. You know it's illegal here? It's not in other states, though.
Yeah, idiot Brent Musburger had to be all flaunting it and stuff.
Josh says it's Will Shields. Next topic. Wow, he says the topic is done.
Well, okay.
Topic alert.
We'll get to it. Just spaz down, people. We got predictions and key parties. And, man.
Ooh, I was right. Thumb on the scale.
There was no
from
okay.
Rob Manfred.
There was no thumb on the
Thank
scale.
you, Rob.
Do you think Rob Manfred told the Brewers, "Hey, groove that pitch"?
I didn't watch the game, so I had no idea what happened.
Oh, you missed it?
I was busy. You
missed it?
Do we have the video uploaded into the
No,
thing?
we don't have video, but we do have the audio. This is
Audio.
the radio voice of the Mets, Howie Rose. So 1 out, top of the ninth.
Nice. Baseball.
Brewers up 2-0. Brewers hit 2 solo home runs back-to-back on back-to-back pitches.
Mm-hmm.
Took the lead, and you could just hear the entire city of Milwaukee exhale. It's like, finally, we're going to win one of these series, and we're going to move on in the playoffs. And then Pete Alonso just took a big old dump on Wisconsin.
Oh, Williams sets. Here's the pitch. Swinging a fly ball to right field. Pretty well hit. Field it back at the wall. He jumps. It's gone. He did it. He did it. Pete Alonso with the most memorable home run of his career. Pumps his fist as he rounds second. It's a 3-run homer. He's given the Mets a 3-2 lead. They all pour out of the dugout. Alonso on his way to home plate. They're waiting for him. He hits the plate. He is first congratulated by Nimmo, hugged by Lindor. There are a dozen Mets waiting for him outside the dugout. Pete Alonso keeps this fairy tale season going with the fairy tale swing of his career. 3-2 New York.
I mean, that's nonstop.
Seriously, take a breath, bro.
There was a video of they played that back on the plane as the plane was getting ready to leave.
For the players?
For the players. And,
That's cool.
and they had a camera on Howie Rose sitting at the front of the plane, and he's like kind of bashful, and the guys in the back are going, ah!
That's cool.
Meanwhile, when the Royals win the World Series,
Oh, yeah.
it's like Royals win the World Series.
That would basically, I mean, Nick's not wrong there.
Back with the tonals after this.
Have they ever done that for you?
Alive.
Have you ever gotten on a bus or a plane and they play your call and everyone's like, woo, we love John?
Well, they use John's voice in the Creighton hype videos.
No, I know that. I'm saying, does he ever get on a plane and they play his call for all to hear?
No.
Oh,
John's
that's
probably busy up in first class.
Oh, yeah, of course. No, there is no first class. It's all first class on those planes.
PJ John.
Yeah, unreal.
Meantime, man, and this is why you need to hug a Brewers fan.
What happened?
Especially Bob.
Outside of the loss.
91-year-old Bob Uecker. Been with the Brewers for 50 plus years.
Yeah, that's sad.
Well, New York down. They did it. And the crew will have it end here tonight.
Really a crushing end to what was a fabulous season for the Milwaukee Brewers.
I'm telling you, that one had some sting on it.
Just feel terrible for
So
him.
what has he never seen? He's
Well,
never
I mean,
seen-
the Brewers have never won a World Series.
Yes, but they've
They've only
won
been to one.
Wow. Yeah. I'm looking at-
And the last few years,
they've had really good seasons. They've made the playoffs every year but one since 2018.
I mean, they've been the best team in the Central Division, sad to say, but true.
Yeah.
But they can't get over the hump.
Yeah, I bet you're very
They have
sad
now. So of course, last night was another multi-run lead,
Mm-hmm.
and on Tuesday, right? Yeah, Tuesday when the series started,
Mm-hmm.
they blew a multi-run lead. Granted, it was early. They have now, in their last 6 postseason games, the Brewers have blown a multi-run lead in 5 of the 6.
That's bad.
Now, at times, the lead was like on Tuesday night, it was
A
early,
2-run lead.
but this one was late.
Yeah.
This one was late. 5 of the last 6, they've blown a multi-run lead.
Hmm.
So if you know a Brewers fan, Rob Anderson, go hug them today.
Well, that's
'Cause
right.
this-
Rob is a Brewer.
Because this is, even I, as a Cubs fan, I felt for him. I mean, it was exciting. I was engaged by the
You never feel
drama.
for me when the Cowboys lose in
The
heartbreaking fashion.
Cowboys are evil.
Yeah, so are the Brewers, according to you.
No, they're not.
Interesting.
Cowboys are evil.
Okay,
The
interesting.
Brewers are just, annoying drunkards who make beer.
By the way, Nick had his take on jungle songs.
Yes, I've been getting a lot of jungle
Yes,
songs.
shout out
tweeted
to
at me.
Scotty. So he just Googled 80 songs with jungle in the lyrics.
Yeah.
Welcome to the jungle, jungle boogie, survival of the fittest / it's a jungle out there, the jungle line, jungle bells, jungle love, concrete jungle, run through the jungle, jungle land, and jungle.
There's a lot of songs from the 80s that talk about jungles.
Hard to argue with you there, Nick. Hard to argue with you there. I like that one of them is just called Jungle by ELO.
Thank you so much for doing
Scotty.
that. Scotty. I love you, Scotty. You're the best.
There you go.
We like jungles.
Sorry to the Brewers. It's football season, though. Sorry.
In this baseball jungle.
Well, coming up next, I want to tackle this subject because I actually did some research on it today, and when I looked it up, it was like, dang, on a couple of notes. That and more as we continue. Plenty of preview for Saturday's game, Nebraska and the Rutgers. Don't forget, Big Red Overreaction will be right after the game here on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg and on Zone TV.
Nice.
Unless Josh decides to play popular music.
No, I would never do that.
Then YouTube will take us down and
I'd never do that.
Nick will cry.
Nick, I would never do that to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I
also,
support you.
Peter, don't do that. You know better.
Yeah, don't do that to Peter either.
Peter. Back after this on 1620 The Zone.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees. The Source. By your mom's house.
Welcome back, everyone.
Hello.
Hey,
Hi.
reminder. Well, first off, we should mention Nick has Scary Acres passes to give away.
I do.
Yeah. So how are we doing it? You get to choose. You get to choose. You get. I don't want to be.
Why do you have that look on your face?
I don't want to be criticized for saying you're just going to say take caller 67. So I'm letting you choose.
Well, I feel pretty scared right now.
Yeah, so?
And because I'm scared and on the spot, the only thing I can think of is caller 7.
Unreal.
Here, I thought you were going to say maybe like caller 13. That's an unlucky number.
It is.
Supposedly like cursed. Or
People
something.
don't like it
But
on
if
a
you
Or you
Friday.
could take caller 666.
If you win tickets, though, that's not unlucky. So why would I do the unlucky number?
All right, so
Well,
caller
but it's
7. Caller 7. Wow, look at all these people want Scary Acres passes.
Caller 7.
All right.
There you go. And keep listening because we've got more. Nick has more.
Nick will have other exciting ways to win passes.
Also, a reminder to join the VIP club and sign up for $16.20 to email. And remember, you get early access to the picks in four-quarter pick'em, which is important because that's the tiebreaker. Earliest entry received in case of a tie. So make sure you sign up today. Go to 1620thezone.com.
Nice.
So last night, the Falcons ended up winning the game, not the Bucks. I thought initially that Levante's interception inside of 2 minutes was going to be the sealer. Sadly, it was not. But, as I'm watching the game, and of course I hear Al and Kirk talking about Levante, and I thought, man, is Levante David how high on the list? This was the original question. How high on the list do you go in terms of ex-Huskers in the NFL? How high on that list is Levante David? You think of all the ex-Huskers who have played
here's what
in
you
the
said.
NFL.
How high up on the list is Levante David in terms of the greatest Huskers in the NFL?
And a lot of folks, thought very high. Mike Schaefer was one of the first ones to weigh in. And so in the purposes of this conversation, let's just talk about the modern era Huskers who are not already in Canton. So Will Shields is the most recent inductee along with Mick Tinglehoff. But Will is the one who played the most recent.
Mm-hmm.
So you got Will Shields, you got Mick Tinglehoff, Guy Chamberlain, Link Lyman, who played way back when, and Bob Brown. Those are the 5 Huskers in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Obviously, those guys are already goated, so we're not talking about them in this conversation. So let's talk about all the others.
Okay, interesting.
Especially, and let's basically just go from Roger Craig forward, right?
Yeah.
So we're talking the last 35 years.
So real quick, so we are saying non-Hall of Famers, non-Pro Football Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
Because real quick, is the answer Will Shields because he is the Hall of Famer? Is he the answer?
I mean, it's one of those 5, but yeah, Will Shields certainly is there. But
all right, so if
guys
you remove the Hall of Famers,
we remove the Hall of Famers. Where is Levante David in approximation to a guy like Roger Craig or Ndamukong Suh?
Yeah. So Levante has always been interesting to me because around here, anytime he does something good, there is that typical, why hasn't he been more appreciated? He should be more appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be honest, some of that, it's not that it falls on deaf ears. It's more, some of it is like, he has been appreciated by voters. It's just, so is it the voters that aren't appreciating him, or is it just the common fan? Because he does have a first-team All-Pro, and he should probably have more.
Mm-hmm.
He also has 2 second-team All-Pros, the Super Bowl year in 2020, and also he was a second-teamer in 2016. But he's only made 1 Pro Bowl. And so, like, from the fan perspective, he certainly has not been as appreciated as other players. Though he also, John, in like the modern game, he plays a position that I think has become less impactful and certainly less celebrated. Like when I was growing up, and certainly when you were growing up, I feel like you knew the name of a lot of linebackers.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't really think you know the name of a lot of linebackers anymore. They're not the superstars. It's the edge players and it's defensive backs, at least on that side of the ball, that I think are the superstars. You said you did numbers. I wonder what the numbers showed in terms of who is he in the conversation with and what are we talking about?
Well, I'll have more numbers later on, but I want to make the argument first because initially I was just spitballing it. So I was thinking kind of out loud last night as after I asked the question, I saw that there was some response and initially I thought, well, David has the longevity.
Yes.
And that gives him a bit of an edge over Suh. But then you do a little more research and you realize Ndamukong Suh was Defensive Rookie of the Year. He was a 3-time first-team All-Pro, which is impressive.
Mm-hmm.
He was twice a second-team All-Pro. He was 5 times in the Pro Bowl. And for those who were curious, the all-pro team, that's like the all-American team, right?
Yes.
That's not the Pro Bowl team. That's the all-American team. It's these guys and these guys only. The Pro Bowl, obviously, the rosters are much bigger. So being a Pro Bowl selection and an all-pro, two different things. All-pro, if you're first team all-pro, that means you are the best at your position that season.
Mm-hmm.
And Ndamukong was there 3 times as a first-teamer, twice as a second-teamer. He was also named to the NFL's all-decade team of the 2010s. So, I mean, and that was all with Detroit. Then he goes, he's an impact player with the Rams when we made the Super Bowl against New England.
Mm-hmm.
He was an impact player with the Eagles. And then he goes and he joins the Bucs with David, and they win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And
I didn't remember him being an all-pro that many years. From 2010 until 2016. So that is a span of 7 seasons, and he was a 5-time all-pro player, including 3 times first team.
So in my opinion,
wow.
Ndamukong Suh, and again, we're saying of the modern Nebraska players to go on to the NFL, is easily number 1.
He was a first-team
Easily
all-pro
number 1.
player as a rookie.
Yeah,
at that position, that is
he had
bonkers.
he had a monster rookie season.
You know why?
He was so devastating that year.
Is it the not off field? Is it the on field issues, if you will, that has taken away from how we remember him? I feel like I've done a poor job of remembering him. I think of him as this player that got in trouble a lot on the field.
I mean,
stomping on guys, being a jackass.
He got in trouble, but if you think about it, and I'm not trying to diminish what it is. I mean, you never want to see anyone try to hurt somebody, but if Ndamukong Suh had played in the 70s,
yeah, I know, but he didn't play in the 70s.
I know, but in terms of bad things or transgressions, compared to some of the stuff we hear about,
no, I know
these were misdemeanors.
But again, I do wonder if that has, I'm admitting that it changed the way that I thought about him, and I thought of him more as that kind of a player. I did not remember that he was an all-pro 5 times. 10 sacks as a rookie.
I think the only thing it's just time. It's just a little bit of time. And let's face it, he played for Detroit. They only made a couple of playoffs in his time there. He didn't get a chance to play really deep playoff runs until he played with the Rams, the Bucs, and the Eagles.
Yeah, before he got to he was at the Rams before the Bucs, and then he was at the Eagles in 2022. So before that, I think he made the playoffs twice. He made the playoffs with the Lions in 2011. He made the playoffs with the Dolphins in 2016. But then he got to the Rams, made a Super Bowl, got to the Bucs, made and won a Super Bowl, and had another year in the playoffs. And then he got to the Eagles, another team that made the Super Bowl. So at the end of his career, the worst statistical seasons for him were all the best in terms of overall team success.
Now, you go back a little bit further, and there's been quite the effort from folks not just around here, but elsewhere to get Roger Craig into the Hall of Fame. And Roger Craig was an offensive player of the year.
He was the first 1,000 guy, wasn't he?
He was the first 1,000 guy. He was a first-team All-Pro once. He was a second All-Pro once. He was a 4-time Pro Bowl selection. He was on the 1980s All-Decade team, and he is in the San Francisco 49ers Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
So really impressive stuff. And then just doing some research on other guys just to remind you
a lot of people are bringing up Irving Fryer.
How good they were. Irving Fryer twice was second-team All-Pro, 5 times in the Pro Bowl, and he was named to the Patriots' 50th anniversary team.
And he was the number 1 overall draft pick, which I know doesn't matter.
He was good with Miami, too.
Yeah.
Neil Smith.
I was going to say Neil Smith's name is being brought up a few times.
Neil
Josh brings him up.
Was a first-team All-Pro once. 3 times he was second-team All-Pro. 6 times voted to the Pro Bowl. And he's in the Chiefs Hall of Fame. And, of course, won a couple of Super Bowls with Denver. Amon Green.
Amon Green had an incredible stretch of football. He has the most rushing yards in the history of a Green Bay Packers season.
Correct.
Does he have the career lead?
I think he's got the career mark, too.
I think it was, a 1,800 yard season. The year that he had in Green Bay when he was at his peak was ridiculous.
First team All-Pro once, second team All-Pro once, 4 times in the Pro Bowl, and it's not the Hall of Fame, but when you're in the Packers Hall of Fame,
yeah.
And he is in the Packers Hall of Fame.
Given their history.
That's like being in the Yankees Hall of Fame.
Yeah, for sure. Jordan says, surprised John hasn't mentioned Ferragamo. I imagine you're getting to friend of the Grum, Vince Ferragamo.
I mean,
Friend of
listen,
the Grum.
hey, listen. Vince went to a Super Bowl. He had a couple of good seasons, but I don't think he was ever a Pro Bowl. He might have been once. He might have had one Pro Bowl season.
Yeah. But most importantly, that's the reason you're a fan of the Rams. So I feel like that should bump him up.
Well, for me, but I'm talking about in terms of like,
third. Oh wait, this was college stuff. And it doesn't look like any accolades in the NFL in terms of success.
I mean, he had a pretty good run.
Yeah. But he was only a starter for a couple seasons in full, right?
Very, very noteworthy. If he hadn't have gone to Canada, it might have changed things. But he went to Canada for
Jordan says Dylan's dad, Dominic.
Yeah, Dominic didn't make any Pro Bowls, did he?
Let's see. See, an offensive lineman.
He was there for a long time.
Yeah, Dominic Raiola.
Certainly longevity.
He was on the all-rookie team back in 2001, but no accolades, no Pro Bowls, no All-Pro years as well.
Right. But in terms of longevity, he was there for a long time. And
Charles says Sam Cook. Sam Cook was good.
Sam Cook had his
Sam
honors
Cook won't
as
be
well.
a Hall of Famer, though. And it's obviously a lot more difficult to get in the Hall of Fame regardless.
But when you think about it, you look back now at Sue's numbers.
Yep.
Is Sue a potential Hall of Famer?
See, it's funny because the answer that I would have had going into this segment would have been no, and yet those numbers are really good. Does he get in trouble for getting judged against Aaron Donald?
Well,
does that hurt his case?
It can, but it's not like they only take the best at a certain position.
No, I know.
It's like, hey, who are like the best of that position? And certainly his accolades aren't nearly the same as Aaron Donald's. So it might hurt a little bit, but I mean, if you're Hall of Fame worthy, you're Hall of Fame worthy.
Yeah, for sure.
And,
those are pretty good numbers.
5 times named to an All-Pro team on the All-Decade team.
Yeah.
At that position.
Because how have you always viewed it? I think we're always the same, where it is, if you are one of the best players of your generation, that is what warrants Hall of Fame.
Yes.
It's
that's the way it is in my opinion.
I don't judge it against, and I mainly do this because I think it's very unfair that certain like passing yards today are like way better than they were in the 70s or 80s. And it's like, well, how's that quarterback from the 70s in, but this guy isn't? It's like, because we're judging them against their contemporaries.
Yeah.
And judging Ndamukong Suh against his contemporaries, and he is a player that certainly played at a Hall of Fame level throughout his career.
And again, for those just joining us, we're not talking about the current or the already inducted Hall of Famers like Will Shields. I mean, we already kind of said, hey, these guys are already in that goated class. So we're just talking about the guys who have played in the last 30 to 40 years who aren't in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Now, on that subject, we just mentioned, is Ndamukong Suh going to get consideration for the Hall of Fame?
Ask, is Levante?
Is Levante David going to get consideration for the Pro Football Hall of Fame? And I say that bringing up these numbers.
Okay.
And I want to thank Charlie, because Charlie did some research and he brought up these 3 linebackers. So I went in and kind of did some additional research.
Okay.
So Derek Brooks, Zach Thomas, and Ray Lewis, all relatively recent Pro Football Hall of Famers, all linebackers, compared to Levante David. And I took their first 12 seasons.
Okay.
Their first 12 seasons. Zach Thomas played 13 seasons. Derek Brooks played 14 seasons. And Ray Lewis played like 18 seasons. But so just because Levante is now in season 13, so this is not counting this year. This is just the first 12 seasons of these players. And if you look at the numbers, Levante has played in the second most games.
So he's been durable.
Been very durable. Derek Brooks, by the way, didn't miss a game.
That's ridiculous.
Didn't miss a game.
In that era of the NFL, when you were still allowed to do whatever you wanted
impressive.
out there. Yeah.
Levante does trail the other 3 in tackles. Zach Thomas had 1,600 tackles. Levante had just a shade under 1,500. But look at the sacks.
And the forced fumbles.
Levante David has 33.5 sacks through 12 seasons. Ray Lewis in 18 seasons had 30.
Wow.
Zach Thomas had 19.5. Derek Brooks only, I say only, had 13.5 sacks. as Josh mentioned, the forced fumbles.
He led the way with these 4. He had 28. How about Ray Lewis only having 10? I never would have guessed that he had that few
Now,
forced fumbles.
Levante had the fewest interceptions
he only has
of
12.
the group, but Levante has the most forced fumbles of that quartet. He scored 3 touchdowns. Zach Thomas had 4 touchdowns. Ray Lewis had 2. Derek Brooks had 7. He had 3 in one season.
That's crazy.
But you look at just those numbers, Levante David, who's still obviously playing at a very high level in season 13, we might have to think about Levante David in this conversation too, in however many years after he retired.
Well, and I go back to what I said at the beginning of this discussion. I think that he is very much appreciated by the people that, for lack of a better term, know ball.
No ball.
You know, stop me if you heard this before. When I listen to podcasts and he comes up, the people that know what they're talking about and know what they're watching in football, they appreciate him. And so while he doesn't have the accolades, he doesn't have the Pro Bowls, the people that matter, the people that watch this stuff, you know, they see him. Now, the difference between him and those guys, beyond what we've already mentioned. So he's won a Super Bowl. Ray Lewis won a couple. Derek Brooks won a Super Bowl. Zach Thomas did not. Zach Thomas never made a Super Bowl.
No.
But you know what those guys have that he doesn't? It's kind of like the PR machine behind him. Zach Thomas had the PR machine for whatever reason when he was with Miami. Obviously, Ray Lewis did. You know, he was one of the most famous players in the league.
Well, for good and bad.
And for good and for bad, yeah.
There was some flamboyancy in Derek Brooks.
And Derek Brooks, very famous, you know, for that. He was a part of that Tampa 2 defense that won a lot of games. And again, that won the Super Bowl following the 2002 season. Levante David has always been great, but he has never been someone that is, you know, hey, check out my career. He just doesn't have the machine behind him.
No, he's just been a very steady, very consistent player. But man, I'm telling you, if Pete King's watching, you know, because Pete King's always in that meeting. He always wrote about.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on this.
Yeah, for sure.
Because he continues to. Heck, even if he were to retire after this season, putting up those numbers against these Hall of Famers, that's some impressive stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. 40. So he has 40 combined interceptions and forced fumbles. Zach Thomas had 33. Ray Lewis had 35. Only Derek Brooks had more at 44. Pretty good. Yeah, I think you made a good argument for why Sue is the best.
Of the ex-Huskers.
Of the ex-Huskers of the modern day. I'm trying to remember. Oh, a couple other names. And these were good guys in the NFL, but certainly not on the level that we're talking about. Carson brought up Mike Minner and Mike Brown. Mike Brown, of course, had that very good 2001 season. Runs, yeah, but not to this consistent level over years and years and years. Max points out his numbers are probably even a little more impressive considering this era that he's in, where they're not. And Jordan points it out too. He doesn't get the straight ahead runs that other ones did. Yeah. It's obviously it's a much more passing league compared to what it used to be.
So there you go. There's only 5 former Huskers in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Will it be 6 or 7
or 8?
Roger Craig? Yeah. He's like the original around here of why isn't that guy in the Hall of Fame? People have been saying that for years. And he's now past is he gotten to where it's going to have to be the Writers Association or whatever it is.
Well, they hopefully, they'll all get their due at some point.
For sure.
All right. Coming up, Stu Manji pumped out some numbers this week that we wanted to examine. Stuff. And Kent's Movie Club still to come, the Blair Witch Project. And games of the week in college football, plus Stats O War. Parker Fleming is going to join us.
Awesome.
Later in the Grum, as well as our key party predictions and a whole lot more. It's a One Beer Friday presented by Cross Strain on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back to the Grum on this One Beer Friday. Stu Manji, who is a good follow for those of you who like oddball stats and numbers and things.
And depressing stats like Nebraska's futility in overtime.
Well, yeah.
Just in case. I mean, just in case.
Well, not all numbers have to be positive numbers. And
That's
let's
true.
face it, when you're a program that hasn't been winning a whole lot recently, there's a lot of bad things sometimes.
Indeed.
But these are good numbers, we swear.
Shouldn't swear.
So what he did was he looked at some of the major offensive and defensive and special teams categories and just compared where Nebraska is currently to where they were this time last year. And the results are, well, thanks to his color coding, there's a lot of green.
Mm-hmm.
Green meaning they have improved dramatically in some spots. Like, for example, two categories that stand out on this first screen from Stu Manji. Passing completion percentage and first downs. Last year, Nebraska was 124th in pass completion percentage. Or pass completions, I should say.
Yeah. So this is just raw completions.
Raw completions.
Yeah.
First downs, they were 122nd.
Okay.
Almost last. This year, they're 12th in completed passes. They're 10th in first downs, an improvement of 112 spots.
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
Passing yards per game, they were 126 last year. This year, they're 44. They're up 82 spots. You might say, well, of course they're going to be because they've thrown it more than they did last year, not running as much. Okay, fine. But third down conversions, a very important stat. Last year, Nebraska was 75th. This year, so far, 41st, up 34 places.
Well, and I would add on top of that, too, you mentioned, they're throwing the ball more. They should. Yeah, but check out passing efficiency. Last year, 126. This year, 33. So they're throwing the ball more, yes, but they're also having so much more success, and they are so much more efficient when they're completing these passes and when they're throwing the ball in general.
Sacks allowed. Last year, 93rd. This year, 62nd.
Isn't that interesting? Because last year they had mobile quarterbacks basically the entire season. They had mobile quarterbacks the entire season. Even Chuba had some mobility to his game. This year they have a better quarterback, I think, at moving around in the pocket. And obviously they do. It's pretty inarguable.
Total yards per game. Last year, Nebraska 115. This year, 62nd, up 53 spots. Not allowing tackles for loss. Same as sacks. 87th last year, 38th this year.
Wow.
And you might be saying, well, that's all well and good, but as once famously said by Bo Pelini, it's not about the yards, ma'am. It's about the points.
Mm-hmm.
Well, scoring offense. Last year, Nebraska was 120th in scoring offense. This year, 61st. That's 59 spot improvement.
It's funny. One of the things we talked about a lot throughout the offseason was if they could just be average, and you see some of these numbers, scoring offense, for example, 61st in the country. That is slightly above average, but it is indeed around that average mark. Passing yards per completion, they're 74th in the country. That is right around average. Sacks allowed, 62nd in the country. That is right around average. But the fact that they have gotten above average in some of the other ones, like the first downs, the passing percentage, the passing efficiency, that all of those are upper quarter, if not near the top 10. I mean, that's how the offense has been able to have that kind of success.
I'm going to skip that special teams part for
not about here. Real quick, can you go back? Because Carson says fourth down conversion. Does that include missed field goals or just going for a first down? That is just going. Well, I think it's just going for first downs, right? That is not.
Honestly, I don't know. I've never thought of fourth down conversions in that way.
Let me go look. Because Nebraska, yeah, the stat says it. They are 1 for 5 on those. That is attempting it. Because like versus Purdue, for example, they were 1 for 1. So then obviously we know about the missed field goals. So
so that's not a fourth down conversion.
Yeah. All right. Other stats.
Looking at the defense now, this is kind of interesting because there's a little more red here, meaning that Nebraska is worse off in the national rankings versus last year. For example, first downs allowed. Last year, Nebraska 5th in the country in first downs allowed. This year, they're 56th. Pass efficiency defense. Last year, Nebraska 14th. This year, 59.
Interesting.
So they've dropped 45 spots. Third down conversions. They were 43rd last year, 82nd so far this year. So a 39 spot drop. Now they have gotten better in red zone scoring. Red zone scoring percentage last year, Nebraska was 48th. This year, Nebraska's defense is 25th in red zone scoring percentage. So that's a 23 spot improvement. They're also up 10 spots in sacks, 23rd last year, 13th this year.
And I don't know if you mentioned this earlier. So these are the stats, the ones that we're looking for from the end of last year or from last year. These are all end of season numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're through 5 games. How about this? Because he updated the stats a little bit later, Stumanji did. Nebraska's defense last year after 5 games, scoring wise, ranked 56th in the country because that, of course, had the debacles versus Colorado and Michigan. So they were able to improve all the way to what was the number 13, whereas this year they're number 9. So they've obviously gotten off to a better start, though they've faced worse offenses. But after 5 games, Nebraska's third down conversion rate last year on defense, 94th in the country. Fourth down conversion rate, 97th in the country. So like they were low. First downs allowed, 75th in the country. Passing yards per game allowed, 84th. Rushing yards per game, they were 14th. So they were still in a solid spot there. But it was something where the defense actually improved a ton from game 5 all the way until game 12. Basically, I am bringing that up to say, if you have concerns about the Tony White defense, it got off to a little bit of a slower start last year before finding its footing towards the end of the season.
Some more improvement. Turnovers.
Yeah, this is the one where it's a true game changer.
In turnovers lost, Nebraska was 129th, almost dead last. This year, 15th. They've only given it up 3 times, 114 spot improvement. Fumbles lost, 130th last year, 13th this year, 117 spot improvement.
Yeah.
Margin, 129th last year, 18th this year, 111 is the improvement. So,
Yeah, because they're not putting the ball on the turf anymore.
They're not doing that. And then, I guess I'll go back to special teams. The improvement in punt returns. Granted, it was a very low bar to clear.
Yeah.
Because Nebraska's still only 95th in punt returns.
And yet that's 26 spots better.
It is.
That's wild.
But sadly, they're down in kickoff returns, kick return defense, punt return defense, and net punting.
I mean, this is where it goes back to...
It's not just about place kicking.
It's not just about place kicking. It shows it in the rankings. It shows it in the advanced metrics. It shows it in the eye test. It shows it everywhere. And it shows it here. Statistically, they are worse in every spot except for punt returns. And how about punt returns? They're better nationally, but they're worse in terms of rank in the Big Ten. Last year, they were 12th. This year, through 5 games, are 15th.
Now, as you mentioned, the numbers we've been displaying and talking about have been the end of season numbers of last year.
Yeah.
Nebraska is now moving into the toughest part of its schedule.
Mm-hmm.
How much will these numbers change between now and the end of the season?
My guess is they'll certainly change a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
They will certainly change a little bit.
I mean, if they don't, then you've got to be pretty happy. I think if these numbers were to stay similar on both sides of the ball, I think you're talking about at least an 8-win season.
Mm-hmm. Probably.
At least
if they're able to keep
season.
this stuff up, man, and I know that I keep mentioning this throughout the week that Nebraska's like raw yardage right now is middle of the pack, but their yards per play is top 50, and it's not that much better, but it makes me wonder what happens if they're able to start matching some of the other production on offense on the scoreboard, aka if they're able to start finishing drives a bit more, which I imagine we'll talk about later in the key party.
So thanks to Manji. That was some good stuff.
It really was, man.
Chris in the chat says we're playing football, not stats.
I did see that Jason Kelsey said something like that this week. He was going after people who like stats. So,
okay, cool. I did want to go look at this too, because now from the simple stats to the analytic stats. After 5 weeks, Nebraska's adjusted EPA, so this opponent adjusted based on the quality opposition.
Yeah,
a little bit better than they were last week. Remember, last week they were on the other side of the dotted line. Offense a little bit better. Defense is still about the same. Defense is still kind of mid-pack.
Yes.
In all of college football.
Slightly below average.
And the offense is just slightly above average right now. And my God, look at Wisconsin and Purdue. Look at Purdue.
Yeah.
They're
playing each other
You
this week.
don't want to be back and to the left.
No.
And Purdue is as far to the left, which means bad offense, and as far to the bottom, bad defense, as any team in college football.
Yeah, they suck.
They are bad. But here's the proximity of Nebraska to its remaining opponents. And Southern Cal is very comparable to Nebraska. Tomorrow's opponent, Rutgers, very comparable. A little bit worse on defense, but considering its EPA, a little bit better on offense. Iowa's in the ballpark.
How about Iowa being where they are? It certainly shows that while they're still good on defense, they are not like the world beaters that they have been on defense in recent years. But the offense is not the tire fire that it has also been in recent years.
No. And, of course, you still have Wisconsin, who's way bad.
Yeah.
But take a look at Indiana.
Yeah, they're looking good, man. The numbers back up what the eyes are telling you, at least on offense. Maybe not so much on defense, but the defense is performing better than Nebraska's to this point.
Yeah, the defense is kind of average right now. And, again, this is opponent adjusted, but it's the fifth best offense in the Power Five, right? Almost dead even with Alabama, and only behind Ohio State, Ole Miss, and the U.
Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating.
Well, coming up, we talked about this earlier this week, but the Big Ten SEC alliance, could it finally bring about a 9-game SEC conference schedule? And wouldn't that make all of you happy? And
it would.
You don't have to complain anymore about the SEC cheating.
It would.
Well, we'll discuss that and Kent's Movie Club, the Blair Witch Project, coming up on 1620 The Zone. Don't forget, you can always communicate with us if you're not inclined to call us or text us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline, 402-951-1620. You could tweet at us at USC1620, which is the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page, or you can email us, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com into the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Yeah, John just did that. He says it isn't just place kicking. Every unit that fully leads sucks. They look like they belong on a Frost coach team. They will cost Nebraska a game this season. A change has to be made.
Well, we'll discuss that more in our keys coming up. There was a nice story today on ESPN.com.
Oh,
I believe we shared a picture of this.
Oh, that story.
Again, I apologize. I apologize on behalf of the senior citizens out there for my co-host's insensitivity. But it is now, it's a regular thing that Mike Gundy, head coach at Oklahoma State, does his radio show from a retirement community.
That's pretty cool.
Legacy. Don't.
It is.
Don't try to play nice now.
I like old people.
After you just made that hideous noise. Yeah, that one.
They're probably like, good to see you, Coach.
They are. They're very happy to see him.
Can you speak a little louder, though, please?
I was going to read from the story. It was a nice story, a long story today on ESPN.com from Eli Lederman of ESPN.com, who wrote about this and interviewed some of the residents there at the home. Very nice picture of these folks all dressed in orange, sitting there listening to Coach Gundy.
Trying to listen.
Do you think they gave them those orange shirts so it looked like they were super attentive in there?
No, this is where he does his show, Nick. Of course they are Cowboys fans.
Most of them are Cowboys, Okie State grads.
Nice. People
Joyce,
can wear colorful clothes too, Nick.
I would
Joyce Woodig.
Imagine being an old person and not being a Cowboys fan. That has to be hell.
You don't go then, probably.
Joyce Woodig, 86, is the first resident in the room just after 5 p.m., nearly a full hour before the broadcast begins. Quote, I'm hard of hearing, so I always try to sit up close. I like to hear Coach Gundy speak. I like his voice.
His voice?
She likes his voice.
I like Coach Gundy's voice. It's such a nice sounding voice.
Here's another paragraph.
Reminds me of
Would
Frank
you two
Sinatra.
please be respectful? Gundy arrives at 6 p.m. on the dot, 90 minutes after the community's dinner buffet.
So what, 3:30?
No, you idiot. If you did math, you learned math like these fine Americans did, our greatest generation, you'd know that 90 minutes before 6 is 4:30, not 3:30.
I'm bad at math.
Yeah, we know.
The residents cheer and pump black and orange pom-poms into the air as he walks in. About 50
How
showed
far
up.
do you think they can go?
About 50.
You're the one who brought this story up.
About 50 showed up for the first live broadcast in week 1. Another 70 or so came in week 2, prompting the Legacy Village staff to change the ballroom layout and begin limiting attendees from the outside public solely to guests with invites from residents. How nice. The residents are so helpful. You know, you got all these clingers on. I went ahead and I put my mom and dad in the home just so I could get rid of them. And now I want in so I can hear Coach Gundy. And they're like, nope, get out.
Oh, now you can do the voice. Why can you do the voice, but I can't?
No, that's a respectful voice.
Oh, okay.
You get out.
Travis says, how many pieces of hard candy do you think Gundy gets handed from the old?
I bet there's...
Would you like some Werthers, young man?
I bet there's so many Werthers are like those little strawberry ones.
They should make Oklahoma State Werthers for the crowd.
Do you have some butterscotch?
I'll say this. Yeah. I bet they get, because, you know, the history of the coach's radio show is, you know, to take calls from the fans. And quite often the questions from the fans are pretty...
Whoa, hey, most important voice of all.
Yours.
Pretty bad.
Wow. Hey, don't forget about Big Old Reaction tomorrow.
But these folks, they come prepared. And because, you know, they're on the downhill side of their life expectancy,
Whoa!
They don't give a rip. They don't care if they offend the coach. They'll ask the hard questions. They will come right after you.
I'm just going to say it. Crap.
and they came from a generation where they weren't worried about anyone's feelings. I think Mike Gundy feels very comfortable
he's
here.
at home
He's
here.
very comfortable here.
Yeah.
None of these soft millennials asking questions. He's got hardened baby boomers and greatest generation people asking those questions.
Are those baby boomers? I feel like those are the generation before the baby boomers.
Well, that would be the greatest generation. No, this is
probably boomers.
This
now.
is mostly boomers now.
Wow, boomers have gotten old fast, I guess.
Do you think they ask questions in problematic ways without realizing it's problematic because we can't talk that way anymore?
Probably.
Grandma?
Oh, yeah, they definitely say slurs that
You
we
can't
don't say
describe
anymore.
that player
really?
like that.
Really? Not everyone who came from that generation used slurs.
You just said that you appreciate that they probably ask hard-hitting questions, don't care about anyone's feelings. People who don't care about anyone's feelings usually say certain words
John,
still.
Oh, no. See, that's another misconception by you loons on the left.
Oh, interesting.
No, sometimes it's about asking a hard question.
Yeah, I've literally heard old people
John,
do this.
I have old family members who say things that it's like, you can't say that anymore. And they're like,
I
why
didn't
not?
say those people didn't exist, but you're implying that everybody from that generation uses that language.
No, my grandparents don't. They're good people.
Oh, so it's okay, your grandparents, but these folks who are also grandparents and great-grandparents.
But they might not be good people.
They're also in the South.
Oh, they might not be.
Jordan says,
maybe you should think about it like they might be good people.
Let's
and
get
they
back to
are.
making fun of them. Jordan says 6 p.m., cutting it razor thin to bedtime, aren't they? Scott says pretty clear that John is getting salty knowing he's soon going to be living in an old people's home.
No, I just respect my elders. Another thing of days gone by that your generations don't appreciate.
Jeff says the old man voice makes me miss Stibbs, to which Stibbs then responded,
Stibbs had the best old man
He
voice.
did indeed. Jed says Gundy does his show at a retirement home so he can watch OAN without anyone telling him not to. Gather around, Coach Gundy. Let's turn on the best network on the cable. Yes, John?
No comment.
Okay.
No comment.
Honestly, in all seriousness, Josh says, what a dumb segment. Yeah. I think that it's like legitimately like heartwarming that he does all this stuff. I think it's pretty cool.
It's very, very cool.
Yeah. Now, I also have a sense of humor and like making fun of everything, unlike John, who respects
make fun
elders
of
and wrestling.
Yeah,
for
he
some
likes
reason.
to make fun of everything.
I do.
Yeah, makes fun of everything.
I make fun of you. I make fun of old people.
What'd you
Nick.
think of that debate the other night?
We haven't talked about it. I thought he did a pretty bad job, stumbling and bumbling over answers.
You promised
I just
me-
made fun of everything.
A real knucklehead, wasn't he?
You promised me we wouldn't fact check.
Yeah. It wasn't his best work, that's for sure.
Yeah, talk about someone who probably should be in a home.
Well, he's not that old yet. He's only 39, John. I wouldn't put J.D. Vance in a home just yet.
Oh, see? Can't make fun of your
just
side.
made fun of both of them. I made fun of Walls and I made fun of J.D.
Yeah, either way. Congrats, Mike Gundy.
Yeah.
He's now a man. He's 50. What do we be? 54?
It was 07 when he was 40.
Oh, wow.
57. Wow. Who's bad at math now? It was 17
I
years ago.
didn't do the math that
Wow. Who should we put in the old folks' home?
That wasn't. I was talking about Nick.
Wow.
Now I was talking about you.
Okay. Yeah. You know who's been in the green room for this entire conversation?
Kent Waldemar, who probably also doesn't appreciate you're making all your old people noises.
I would never say that about Kent. Kent still goes to concerts. Kent's younger than I am.
Listen, I'm sure the people at this retirement home also they have people come in and play music for them.
What kind of music are they playing?
I don't know, but
hear
it's
the
music. What difference does it make what kind of music it is?
John,
It's still a concert.
How many of these people do you think that Mike Gundy's actually Jack Benny? Thought Jack Benny was gonna come.
I don't get that reference.
John gets it. He's just mad.
I'm not mad. I'm confused by you.
Yeah, me too.
Go back and play with your little Halloween costume.
Laszlo says, I've heard there's a lot of sex at retirement homes.
Old
This is
people
tr-
do like sex.
Yeah, this is true. Have you seen this? Have you heard about
There's
this?
a high amount of STIs in some of these homes.
Shout out to the olds.
There you go.
Hard-hitting questions. Where's the fullback? Why don't you run more wishbone? When are you going to find more homegrown walk-ons wearing neck rolls? That's from Joel. Oh, yeah. I bet he gets a lot of those kind of questions.
All right, when we come back, it's Kent's Movie Club.
Movie Club! I wonder what the old folks home would think of the Blair Witch Project.
Deviltry.
Well, they'd probably relate to it because it's basically shot on a 1988 camcorder.
Man, I miss the 90s. Remember cameras and then see, Nick doesn't remember camcorders and walking around all the time with camcorders.
Josh, I was born in 1997. We had camcorders.
You didn't walk around. You never did that in school, though. Did you ever walk around with a camcorder?
We had flip cameras.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about camcorders.
While these two nerds get their Best Buy Nerd Zone, what was the name of their Geek Squad? Will they get their Geek Squad on?
That still exists.
We'll take a break and be back with Ken on
Perfect.
1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new adaptations, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club.
With Kent Wogamon of the Lincoln Journal-Star, fan of the team who employs a coach who, if he went back to college right now, would have to sit out for 8 years.
That's the team.
How you doing, Kent?
I'm doing well. It makes it perfect for the Raiders.
It does. That's what
Just
made the Raiders
win,
great.
baby.
It was about cheating and bending the rules, breaking the rules.
Just win, baby.
Yeah, exactly. Well, are you extra glad that you're in the ivory tower of the air-conditioned press box tomorrow?
Oh, my God, yes. Can you imagine?
Yeah, can you imagine Kent paying to go to this football game and sitting outside?
In 95-degree weather.
Yeah.
In October.
Yes.
No thanks. I'm good.
The wife informed me this morning that she won a raffle at work for
Oh,
tickets.
she gets to go.
She's not going.
Oh, she's not going.
She's not going. For two reasons. One, the weather. Two, it's in the South Stadium, and she don't want to sit on planks.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
Yeah, my wife's pampered. She's club seats, skyboxes are nothing.
Oh, John's wife, Nick Grimm, handshake.
Just watch. We don't go to many games.
Understandably so.
I just go to the press.
Just get a suite, John.
Yeah,
just get a suite, John.
I can do that.
Mhm.
Sure. Yeah. Well, this week's movie, Nick picked the Blair Witch Project.
I did. This movie is about a group of very annoying teenagers.
Wow.
Who go to, what was it, like Maryland?
Yeah.
Yes.
These woods,
Burkittsville, Maryland.
in Maryland, to hunt down legends, rumors of the Blair Witch, a cryptid local to the area, and they just try to find her, get her on camera, and it's a found footage style film, which I love. That aspect of it. I love found footage type of stuff. I think it's more immersive. I think it works really well in a horror genre, and I am glad that they did it this time. So then next time they made found footage movies, they were better.
Wow. So you didn't seem like you were a fan of this movie.
I wasn't. I thought that the casting was good in the sense that all of the characters were annoying, but I think they acted exactly how you would expect non-actors to act in a situation like this.
But isn't that what you would want?
No, it is. It was very natural, which made it hard to watch.
Should that make it?
There wasn't a sense. Let me cook.
I don't know if I like this meal. I don't know if I like the meal.
I liked the aspect. I liked the idea. I liked the concept of it.
Yeah.
I thought it was done in a way that made sense, but I didn't like watching it. Because people were talking over each other. They were doing this, and this. It was all very natural, but it was bad viewing. It was bad to watch. And now I feel like they've tweaked the formula in a way to where they can still make it seem natural without people overlapping each other, talking over each other, and it still feels better to watch now than when they tried it here.
Well, Kent, obviously this was something that was not expected to blow up, but then it did blow up. Wasn't it Sundance where it debuted? And because originally it was just meant for a very small audience, and then it debuts here. People liked it, and they put a little more money into editing and promoting it, and then all of a sudden it honestly gets credit for being considered the first viral film of the internet era. So what do you remember about the backstory and kind of the hullabaloo around all of this back in the 90s and early 2000s?
Well, the first thing is it didn't come with a big old bunch of hype like you would have thought. It was I believe it opened in under 100 theaters. I mean, it didn't open hardly anywhere. And as I recall, I didn't get a screening until after it had already opened in a lot of places. So they had no clue what they had. Zero, none, right? And then it did take off bang, right?
Yep.
But it wasn't the way that movies came out and sort of did this surprise thing really is so different then than it was now. Right now, the good, bad, or indifferent, it's going to come out on 500-600 screens, and either it'll hit or it won't. You know, even the small releases are now coming out on 200, 300, 400 screens. Right? This was like 30 screens, so it's a different way it came out. The other thing that you got to kind of remember is this is the first one of these found footage movies that really got any kind of wide distribution, right? You just didn't see this kind of stuff. And that's part of what made it so made a difference in the way it was perceived and why it kind of got, oh, look at this. This is this. It looks real. It's found footage. And it's at early on, there were people that believed it was like an actual documentary. Which is insane.
Well, a lot of it was on how they promoted it too, because they put out missing posters.
Yeah, so it's funny that we did the movie this week because one of my favorite movie podcasts, The Rewatchables, they also did the movie this week on Monday. And so I was listening to that last night, and they talked about the way it was promoted and how people would go to the theaters, and they were like 80% sure that it was fake, but there was this 20% part of them that they were like, is this a real thing that is happening right now? Because of, you didn't know who the actors were. They, it seemed very realistic. And the way in which that they promoted the entire thing. You figured, you're like, I'm not watching a snuff film, but there was this party that was like, is this an actual snuff film?
Mm-hmm. Characters. I didn't like the characters there.
Yeah.
Well,
that's what it was. I like the concept, just not the characters.
Well, and that's because they weren't real characters, right? There was no script, zero for this movie. It's 100% improvised, and these people were basically playing themselves, and there was no development of the characters, right? One of the reasons for that is the movie, in that sense, undercuts itself because they're going to die. That's the first thing that comes up in the movie. These people died. Here's their found footage, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to die. So why do you want to care about these three people that are going to die within an hour or however long it is, right? You have to have some character develop, and there is none, zero. So I found them uninteresting as well, and I did that the first time. The other thing that in my initial reaction and watching it again is it's kind of boring in places because it's so repetitive, right?
Yeah.
One idea and they beat it to death, right? How many times? Oh, there's something out there. Something awful happens. We wander around in the woods a little more. Something out there. Something happens. Wander around in a little,
Interesting.
And that got repetitive and kind of boring to me.
Interesting. So I feel like, because this was the second full time that I've ever seen the movie, and I think the first bit is a little like, can we just get to the woods? Can we get to the woods? Even though it's funny because there's a moment in the early part, and I noticed it this time, where one of the characters just mentions offhand, like, yeah, and apparently the guy made the kids stand in the corner and not watch. And so it was like, watching it this time, I was like, okay, because obviously I know that that's going to play a part at the very end of the movie. But I feel like the first night they go to bed and everything is fine. And then after that, every night I feel like everything starts getting heightened because things are getting worse. They're obviously lost in some way. They keep running into the same things. And I found that part, I find it fascinating. There's the moment where they hear kids that are outside of the tent that are singing songs and everything. And so I felt like, Kent, that build up and build up and build up. And maybe it's because it's only 80 minutes. And so I didn't feel it as repetitive, but I felt it more like these people are trapped in hell and they're unable to get out. I think the ending, because this was a movie, I was too young to see it when it came out. And so like this was one where you kind of heard about it in school from like your friends' older brothers or sisters. And I remember my best friend, his older sister had seen it. And so you heard stories like there's a part where this guy's teeth are somewhere. And I'm like, what in the world is happening? And then they get in the house. And so like I always had this general background. But man, I feel like when they go to the house at the end of the movie and that, especially the very last scene, I think is, for a movie that is not traditionally scary, I think that part is creepy as hell.
Yeah,
and
I would agree.
I think the ending is one of the best horror movie endings that I've ever seen. And I felt that way watching it for the second time.
Yeah, and did you get and I didn't get this until I read the synopsis on Wiki, but the fact that the original story of the guy who kills the kids way back when in that same house made one of the kids stand in the corner. And so at the end, when she comes down the stairs and sees, I can't remember the names of the characters, but sees him just standing there in the corner.
Yeah.
And then it was, it's
like, whoa.
Yeah. I agree. I think it was I thought the ending was really, really good. I didn't think it seemed very repetitive either, I guess. Then this was my first ever viewing. Part of it was because in the back of my head, the internal clock,
It's only an 80-minute
quarterbacks
movie.
talk about an internal clock. I knew this is a short movie. It's not going to go that far, but I mean, even though there's no traditional character development, these people are going to die. It was interesting just to watch the dynamic of this group turning on each other nonstop. And you could actually, I guess what made it feel real or more real was just listening to the interactions between the people as, they're lost, they're getting mad at each other.
They're getting really mad at each other.
Really frustrated. And I thought that was pretty well done considering it was an ad-lib movie essentially.
Yeah.
Well, they were given an outline. They were told, you do this now, you do this now, you do this now.
Right.
You just make up the words. So it wasn't like it was entirely improv. Right. The dialogue was improv.
Yeah.
But what happened was not.
Yeah, there was a tweet that we got from Chris who says the Sci-Fi Channel did a documentary on the Blair Witch and the history of it the year the movie came out. They sold it as a real legend from the 1700s. Turns out the entire doc was made up to promote the film. It was so well done. So again, going back to the Rewatchables pod, that apparently was supposed to be a part of the movie. And for whatever reason, throughout the development, they decided to take a left turn and they made the movie just the found footage, which is pretty crazy to think about, that if they wouldn't have done that, does it introduce this entire genre of films that we have now seen for, 20 some odd years?
The some of the other background on this, apparently, when they go through the town at the beginning of the movie and they're interviewing the townspeople, some of them were not actors, and it wasn't known to the actors, the main characters in this, who was an actor, who wasn't, and I'm just going to read from the excerpt. The actors were given clues as to their next location through messages hidden inside of 35 millimeter film cans left in milk crates that they found with GPS systems. So they basically put them on this, this
wild goose chase,
a hidden treasure trick to find out, all right, where are you supposed to go next? And what are you supposed to do next? So we talked about this with Platoon a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
That there was an element of, hey, we're going to put you guys into the mood by making you go through this training or keep this as mysterious and as, uncertain as we possibly can to get everyone in the right mindset to do this.
Yeah, and apparently they had to sign Kent some, I wish I could find it on here, but essentially they could get screwed with during the course of filming this movie because the directors and the people involved wanted them to get tired. They wanted them to be annoyed with each other. They wanted them to be frustrated. So some of the stuff that apparently they did outside the tent was a surprise to the actors, and they didn't even realize it until it was happening. And then it was like, all right, now react to it.
Oh, I'm sure that's how that's the only way you're going to get those out of non-actors, right?
Yeah.
Your good actor could say, this is going to happen and you have to react to it in this way.
Mm-hmm.
but a non-actor, and these people were essentially non-actors, can't do that. They can't have that once they know they're not going to have the same kind of reaction, if that makes any kind of sense. The one thing that really soured me on this movie after the movie became a hit, and it has nothing to do with anything on screen, they didn't pay those people.
I was about to ask you about that, Ken.
They got screwed
because and this is apparently the trio were interviewed in Variety and said they were never paid. Eventually, they sued and got a small settlement. Do we know how much they eventually got?
I don't know, but I know that they certainly didn't get what they should have out of a movie that was made for, let's just use a more real. People say 22,000. It was not made for 22,000, more like $500,000. And it cost over 200 million, and they got nothing. That's not right. Okay.
Yeah.
Period.
That's incredible.
Because they were the ones who
They
did everything. They were holding the cameras. Like that wasn't.
They shot the damn
That
thing.
wasn't like some found footage movies where it's like a director actually holds the camera and they're just kind of standing there behind him.
No,
talking.
they ran the camera.
Yeah, exactly. That's horrible.
Yeah. So
you would think there would be,
because they use their real
there'd
names.
be a lawsuit in there somewhere.
Yeah, since they use their real names, that hurt it as well, because then they apparently people got, I don't remember this, but people got really, really mad that they were alive, that like this was a whole ruse. People who kind of fell for it.
Yeah, people fell for. So it was a big, in one sense, it was a big sort of movie cultural event.
Yeah.
Right. And it's interesting to me because I wanted to hear what you guys said, that at least on some measure it holds up. I'm in the boat with Nick. And I was that way from the start, but some people find it really effective and I never thought it was a scary movie particularly, although some people say that it is, but so it's an interesting, what is it now, 25
years
later, that maybe you can understand why I said last week you don't really need to see it again once you've seen it.
No,
right?
So Kent, the first time I saw it, it was years later, and there was all the hype, and then there were all the memes. The scene towards the end where the female character is talking into the camera, and she's just scared out of her mind. Like that was parodied, in Scary Movie. There's boogers dripping out of her nose. It's like I'd seen it after all of the hype and parodies were done, and I remember thinking like it's interesting. But I felt like I was missing something with it. And so maybe it's that I've seen it now that I'm a little bit older. Like, I feel like Nick found the characters annoying. I did too, but I feel like that's the point. Like, they're a bunch of people from the 90s that are, annoying as hell. And she's like this idealistic person who wants to make this documentary. You have the guy who like is obviously involved in that scene as well and wants to be a part of it. And then there's this random dude who is like incredibly annoyed, throwing the map away, always is angry. I found it way more enjoyable. Enjoyable is a weird word, but I was kind of blown away this time because I was expecting to think like, it's just not, it doesn't live up to the hype, but I thought it did this time around at least.
And actually the other thing that drove me crazy from the first time I saw it is, okay, you're lost in the woods, you morons. There's a river.
Yeah.
Whatever you want it. Run into the woods. Follow the stream one way or the other. You are eventually going to come to a road. That's how this works out in the country. You get on the road, then you can find your way out of there.
Yeah.
That really bugged me too, because they started following the river and then they're like, let's just cross it. Oh, we're crossing the river again. That's not suspicious. Just follow it.
So not to get too nerdy,
yes,
but there are some theories out there that basically they were stuck in a loop. And so they couldn't get out of it because of the witch. So, if you want to believe in the
or they're just
idiots,
dumb city,
for sure,
dumb city people who think that Western Maryland.
Well, hard to when they moved the rocks, people think they entered into a little bit of a time portal of some sort.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's what people think, Kent.
I would say, I mean, it's somewhat believable because yes, you're right, Kent. I mean, any of us who have grown up in rural areas, we kind of know, what to do. But if you're from the city and you're, smarter than the world college kids, you're not.
I would have made the same mistakes, so I'm not one to judge.
You're
I wouldn't go there in the first place.
Do stupid things like that, and they were getting tired. They didn't have any. You could definitely tell this was the one thing that was dated about this movie is they all smoked.
Yes,
they did.
A lot of cigarettes.
Young people don't smoke much anymore.
I do wish that I could have been around the time when it first came out, because I feel like, what Kent had mentioned being a cultural phenomenon or whatever, I think that did the marketing and all of that did a lot of the heavy lifting for the movie itself. But then watching it 25 years later, disconnected from all of that, I think the marketing was just as much a part of the movie as the rest of it. Hold on. The marketing was just as much a part of the movie as the movie itself. And then not watching the movie without the marketing, it's like watching half the movie.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a huge part of it. Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, the horror movie for me, Kent, that was like that I remember it had a lot of hype and that I got to see, and in my opinion is still like the scariest movie-going experience that I've had was The Ring. Came out in 2002. That movie was scary, and that one had a lot of hype. It was a lot of word of mouth, and I remember seeing it with my best friend and his older sister, and I think one of her friends, and we went to what is now the Majestic Theater, and I remember I got home, and I went and I turned on the light, and I looked in my closet like 5 or 6 times before I went to bed.
My version of of this movie was Paranormal Activity.
That was a
I
good
remember my mom rented that for me from the video store, and I watched it in the dark in the living room. I was scared for weeks.
Do you have one, John? Do you have like a horror movie that you remember? Are you a big horror guy? I don't feel like you are.
I mean, not big. I've seen them. I've seen a few. I mean, honestly, when I was really, really little, Jaws to me was a horror movie.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
when I was really, really little, and that's before I had actually seen it. It was just a thought of it, the concept of it. But yeah, not really. Like the original Frankenstein and some of the classics like that. Certainly they were eerie, and the black and white of those films kind of lends itself to horror. But I don't remember any scary movies affecting me.
Yeah. Ken, do you have one?
Well, there are several that I would put on. I'm not sure they count as, quote, straight up horror movies, like The Exorcist.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if you call that a horror movie or not, but that would be one. One I can remember seeing in the theater and was completely freaked out afterwards was the first Nightmare on Elm Street.
Really?
Yeah, because it came with no hype again. This was the same kind of back in the early 80s rollout. And it was at, I can tell you, even the theater it was at. It was
exactly.
It was at the State Theater there, which is now the Bourbon Theater nightclub in Lincoln, but it was a movie theater there on 14th and O. And I went with a guy who was my downstairs neighbor at the time, who was a horror movie aficionado, right? And wrote for national horror publications.
Oh, wow.
And it freaked him out too. And we were like, wait a minute, this shouldn't have this effect on us. But it did.
Okay. Well, it's the Blair Witch Project on Peacock. And the other ancillary films, apparently the sequel, and then the other one that was made.
Horrible.
Yeah. They're on there too if you want to see it.
Do not watch those. They're terrible.
Wasn't planning on it. All right. So next week, Josh isn't here, so I'm taking his pick.
Yeah.
I had a different movie picked.
Okay.
But then Kent opened his mouth.
Oh.
A Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh, look at this. Let's make it spooky.
I've never seen this one either.
On Max.
Okay.
A Nightmare on Elm Street, the original.
I won't be here, but I might watch it anyway then.
I remember, you know what?
I've only seen it one time.
I have not seen it since I saw it the first time.
Wow, 84.
Yeah.
You mentioned spook. We have a trend on doing scarier movies in October. Anyway.
Yeah? All right. Well, I think I have mine for next week.
I had something else totally picked up, and then Kent mentioned that. I thought, let's see if it still creeps Ken out.
All right.
40 years later.
Awesome.
It's on Max. A Nightmare on Elm Street.
All right.
Prediction time. Speaking of things that might scare us, how much will Rutgers' run game scare us tomorrow?
Nice.
Well,
Oh, scary.
What?
Like a Nightmare on Elm Street was originally.
oh no, not that scary. My theory is, they're a bit of there's little smoke and mirrors going on with their undefeated record. They'll probably be able to run the ball. I think I'm praying that what you're going to see is two teams that really want to run the ball.
Shorten that game time.
It's a nice 2 hour and 45-minute game. That's
someone hosting the post-game show, Kent. Sign me up for that.
So, and then, I was thinking about when I had to do my pick, I was actually going to go 24-17 Nebraska. And then I figured out that Nebraska would never, ever kick a field goal successfully.
Yeah.
So I dialed it back to 21-17.
So 21-17. Meantime, this is his time of year.
Oh, yeah.
What does Evil Kent have to say?
I could see 52-38 or something like that. Probably Nebraska.
Wow, that would mean a made field goal. 7 touchdowns on a made field goal.
Well, maybe or maybe 4 missed extra points.
Or maybe 4 missed extra points. I had not thought about that. That'd be nice.
If the two teams combined score 52, it would be amazing.
Yeah, it'd easily hit the over.
Yes, it would.
Easily hit the over if that was the case.
All right, Kent. Well, we'll convene next week. I'll see you back up in the press box tomorrow. Our nice air-conditioned ivory towel.
Something cool. Yes.
Unreal.
Are you going to be in the stands there, gentlemen, or no?
No, I'll be back here. I'm doing the post-game show.
You're not coming down and doing
No.
I've got a wedding.
Yeah, Nick has a wedding, and I have the post-game show.
Well, you're missing a beautiful stand experience at 95 degrees.
Yeah, I'm pumped to not be outside tomorrow. I'll stay inside.
There's going to be a combination of, smells of perspiration.
Oh, it's going to be stinking.
Val's Pizza, whatever
BO,
whatever
beer,
whatever Bart snuck in his flask from Binkelman.
Yep.
Well, those days are about over.
They are.
Thank you for saying something, Kent, because the news came out about an hour ago. The Regents have approved alcohol sales for Cornhusker athletic events. Beer is officially coming to Memorial Stadium, I would assume, as soon as next year.
That's the idea, isn't it? Yeah. Or at least that's what we've reported. The Journal-Star, our guy that covers the Regents and the university, has said this year or next season.
Okay.
And that it isn't just beer. It also will include wine and your cocktails.
Let's go. A little rum and Coke action. Or rum and Pepsi.
I wonder if someone's going to try to create, because every bar's got their own specialty cocktail and
Husker.
Yeah, I wonder
cocktail?
who's going to be in charge of creating a Husker themed cocktail.
The Nebraska mixologist.
Yeah.
Who?
That could be a fun contest. Submit your recipes.
Not a bad idea. Yeah.
Or maybe they just get the folks to bring the Elk Creek water. Just serve that.
Oh,
that'd be good.
I'd be a big fan of that.
I'd be a good fan.
That's what you need is 20,000 people having 3 of those.
Yeah. Stay hydrated, friends.
Hey, everyone. Hey, let's go to the Cliffs Kamikaze stand in section 12. The best part is, again, all those good people in the South trying to get to their alcohol and then having to get down to the porta potties from row 87.
Good luck. Good luck.
Oh, well, Kent, we'll see you in the press box tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, man.
There he is. Kent Wolgamon of the Lincoln Journal-Star, A Nightmare on Elm Street on Max, next week's movie.
What an upset. John liked it and Nick didn't. Never would have. I got a text from a friend this morning that said, which one of your co-hosts is going to piss me off today?
Oh.
And I was like, I bet both, because he likes the movie. I was like, I bet both of them will. This is a stunner.
I like the concept and I like the idea. I just didn't like the execution.
I mean, it was,
in some points. I didn't like the
execution. Did I love it?
Points.
No. But did it keep me engaged? Yes. Was it better than Super Troopers? Yes.
Wow.
Wow.
And that ending, though. How about that ending?
The ending was great.
Great ending.
Oh, so good.
The ending was great.
You know what else is great?
The fact that we've got Married with Children on here in the studio.
Sure. No, I was going to say that it's a football Friday,
Yeah.
a one beer Friday. We got
Yeah.
a new friend of the Grum coming up in
Yeah.
10 minutes. We got beer. We have picks. We have key party. We have comments to read in the YouTube comment section. So many things.
Then let's roll into it next on 1620 The Zone. Going to talk with the man behind Stats O War. Parker Fleming will join us in just a few. Talk some college football. And that'll kind of also work as our preview of the games this week. It's not a great schedule, as we documented earlier on the Fired Up for Football, but you never know. It could be one of those weeks where a lot of weird, crazy stuff happens. It's too bad Josh had to give this week a C-.
It could be one of those weeks where, 1 minute you're hanging out in a tent, the next you see teeth wrapped up in a...
Oh, that's a movie.
It is indeed.
It is indeed a movie. So next week, the two of the heads of the five families will meet.
Yeah,
the Big Ten and the SEC to maybe talk about a scheduling alliance, maybe come together on an agreement to basically tell the rest of college football, hey, we get this many teams in the playoff and you get none, or maybe you get one. And it's so short-sighted to think. I mean, we haven't even done one 12-teamer yet.
I know, man.
And I get it. This was kind of jerry-rigged into the contract for the last 2 years of what should have been the 4-team playoff. They changed it up to make it 12. So they are negotiating a new contract, but you'd think you'd like to at least see a few years of this before you decide, oh, no, we got to have more. But as we know, the people who run college sports aren't always the smartest people in the room. But the idea, or at least one of the ideas that would be out there, is the Big Ten's probably not going to do anything with the SEC in terms of a scheduling arrangement. We're talking about having an SEC Big Ten football challenge. They're not going to do anything with that, I'm pretty confident in saying, unless the SEC moves to 9 conference games. I can't imagine any of the Big Ten schools saying, "Oh yeah, we'll schedule you
sign up for a 10th game,"
which adds another hard game. Meanwhile, you guys are still playing one less than we are.
Yeah, I would be very surprised by that. If it's going to happen, the SEC is going to have to move to 9 games, which is the push and pull that conference has been having now, publicly and behind the scenes, for a while. Because there are some people, there are some schools, there are some administrators who genuinely want it. They want the 9-game conference schedule.
I think most of them now do.
I do as well.
The problem is the contract they signed.
Yes.
ESPN says, yeah, if you want to schedule it, great, but we're not paying you anymore for it.
So there's 2 issues. One is that, and the other is that there are some schools that actually don't want them to move to that extra game because it would mean fewer home games. On a yearly basis, they would average out to seven home games every other year or whatever. So that's a part of it. But I think that they're in the minority, actually. I think the majority of the league wants them to move to 9 games. And here's a big reason why. And there was a good story in The Athletic today by Seth Emerson about this entire discussion. He kind of led off with the TV numbers for Georgia Bama and why that should lead into something like this happening. But this weekend, Georgia and Auburn are going to play. It is the Deep South's oldest rivalry. That's the name that it goes by. But it is not a rivalry that would be played every year in this new era. And he writes ditto for Bama, Tennessee, Texas A&M, which is wild to me, Alabama, LSU, and other games considered secondary rivalries. And that's, of course, because they only have one locked-in rivalry. And so to think about the names of the games I just mentioned, Alabama, Tennessee, 3rd Saturday in October. Texas A&M, which we're finally getting back on the schedule, but because Texas and Oklahoma are always a rivalry. So I think that it's going to happen. You just hope that this is something that they can get done sooner rather than later.
Reminder that you can still make picks in the $25,000 4-quarter pick'em. Make them now, because we are giving away $2,500 each week for 10 weeks. We have given away 3 winners so far. Roger won earlier this week, came in, picked up his check already. He's already been paid. You could be paid by this time next week, but you got to enter. And it's free, doesn't cost you a thing. 10 games, pick them now. Go to 1620zone.com. No spreads, just 10 winners. And if you win, $2,500 is yours. It's 4-quarter pick 'em, open right now on 1620thezone.com. Welcome back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. It's time to bring on to the program a new friend of the Grum. I guess we could blame him for being the guy that introduced us to the Eckel.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's how we learned that, Eckel is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'd never heard of this before.
Nope.
But now it's a big deal. And then when Nebraska went on 8 straight drives where they basically choked their Eckel, it really made the Eckel mean a lot more. Parker Fleming from Stats O'War, at Stats O'War, joining us on the, actually with us in the video today on the virtual 42 Degrees of Source hotline. Parker, good afternoon. Welcome.
Gentlemen, how are you? Thanks for having me today. I'm happy to be here in studio virtually.
Good to have you.
It is fantastic to have you on the show. I did want to ask one technical question because we like to, and by the way, his website, if you want to check it out, collegefootballinsiders.com is where all his numbers go. It's a great site. It's really attractive. That's where we get a lot of the graphics that we talk about. I do want to know, what is the RROE?
Yeah, that one's one that always gets questions about. That's rush rate over expected. So we know in college football that teams are rushing and passing at all sorts of different rates, and they have different styles of offenses. So what RROE does just says, hey, given the down distance, yard line, how much time is left, what's the score difference, how often does the average team rush? And then how much do you rush relative to that? And then on defense, it's a measure of style. I really like it. You can look at, efficiency in the run game and efficiency in the pass game, and then see how often teams rush against you relative to expectation to see how teams are attacking you. So I keep the blue and red colors on there just as a visual cue, but it's not necessarily bad or good. It's a measure of style that just kind of tells me how often teams are rushing against you relative to what we'd expect from the situation, and then how often you're getting rushed or you're rushing.
So if you are an offense and you were higher in that means you're running it more than teams would expect you to, correct?
Correct. So Nebraska's offense is minus 3.2 percentage points in rush rate over expected. That means that they are passing more often than you would expect just based on the situation compared to every other college football team.
Okay.
All right. Good to know. Hey, I have another one, Parker, kind of along those lines. And it was actually from one of the hosts at our station as well, where he said, is there a place where I can find the Eckel rankings? I'd like to see what the average is. And that was something that we've been trying to figure out, given Nebraska has struggled so much. They're really good at getting into the 40. They're really bad at not finishing. Like what marks an average program in terms of the points per Eckel, and what marks like the best in the entire country at doing so?
Yeah, so I will say I have been a one-man shop until this year. Shout out to the guys at NCAA Insiders that are helping me flesh some of that out, and we're still rolling out some of those pages with some of those stats. So definitely want to get those up there and making sure that you guys can get available. I think flirting with 60, above 60, is really going to be kind of the mark for an elite offense. Nebraska's offense is, as you mentioned, they ripped off 8 straight the other day. They're second in the nation at 67.3%. That means that 67.3% of their possessions are a quality possession, meaning they get a first down across the 40. So they are very bad at finishing those. They're 107th in points per quality possession, barely averaging over a field goal, which is not great. But if you're over 50, I can kind of stomach that you're doing okay, especially at this point in the season where quality of competition varies greatly. And if you're over 60, you're generating quality possessions a whole lot and are a really, really good elite offense.
We are talking with Parker Fleming, Stats O'War. You can follow him on Twitter, also College Football Insiders, which provides us with a lot of the data that he has been quoting here. Speaking of the data you've been quoting here, a lot of folks think Nebraska wins this matchup. The spread's about a touchdown for Nebraska, but when we look at the projections, you actually have Rutgers winning by almost a full field goal. I'm curious, what your numbers saw that prefers Rutgers over Nebraska.
Yeah, I will tell you guys, I hate this. I treat the computer as a completely separate person, right? It has its process, and I watch the games and I come up with my ideas. And this is one that I thought, maybe Rutgers was going to be a little overpriced because they did have that game against Washington where really on the merit they got outplayed. They had negative net success rate, a lot of weirdness there, and but to see them be a full touchdown in the spread and then come out on top here was really interesting to me. So I think it breaks down to a couple of things. One, their passing game has been pretty pretty efficient, even if it hasn't been as explosive. They're 23rd in success rate. They're only 28th in EPA. So they're moving the ball consistently, even if they're not getting those big explosive plays, and they're still really efficient. Nebraska's defense has been okay this season. It's 37th in efficiency by my numbers, 16th against the rush, but 48th against the drop back. And so that's what's really kind of standing out there with Athen Kaliakmanis for Rutgers being able to put together kind of not quite a dink and dunk offense, but they also have a really good counterpunch with Kyle Monagai there at the running back. He's 45th in EPA per rush, so that is a little best on best with the run offense and defense. The flip side of this is Nebraska is going to have to operate through the air under pressure, but they're 43rd in EPA, expected points added per drop back. Rutgers passing defense is 25th in efficiency by my numbers. So I think what we're seeing the computer believe is that Rutgers has a defense that is very annoying to the drop back game. Aaron Lewis is a very disruptive defensive lineman there. And it believes what we've seen so far from Nebraska is that the ceiling is high, but there is a lot of instability on the offense. If they can't get those explosive plays, that's an immediate flag for me. Them having such a high echo rate, but low points per echo, no explosives, right? You're not getting those big touchdowns and you're having to earn every point. That's going to make Rutgers a very annoying matchup for Nebraska. If you were asking me for vibes, I think I would still take Nebraska straight up to win here, but I do believe Rutgers is going to keep this close just on those issues of pace and kind of style. Will it be frustrating for Nebraska's pass game and efficient enough against a Nebraska defense that has struggled a little bit to stifle efficiency this season?
Hey, Parker, this is the sixth full week of the season. Nebraska's played 5 games. Rutgers has only played 4. Like, do you feel like, and this could be, I guess, a question about the entire weekend as a whole too, but we're finally at a point now where you have enough data to feel really good about things, or given that it is a sport filled with small sample sizes, like, I guess, how much do we still know or not know about Nebraska, Rutgers, and the rest of the teams playing?
My historical research, and if you want to be a nerd, like a Cooter Richardson stability score about when does data tell us, kind of what the end of season looks like, tells us that after 5 games against FBS competition, we're pretty confident about what a team is. And so I certainly feel better about the Nebraska numbers just with the raw numbers. I will say Rutgers not having that 5th game yet against FBS competition, there are some preseason priors in here that are still driving the bus a little bit. So I think that's an entirely a fair criticism to say, hey, it hasn't caught up. This is really week 6, the week that turns, and we're mostly cooking with in-season data after this, just because we can't start the season saying all teams are the same. That's obviously wrong. So we've got to have those priors that help inform what teams are. But at this point, this weekend will be kind of the last week that we're phasing those in.
We're talking with Parker Fleming, Stats War on Twitter, and collegefootballinsiders.com joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. It's easy to see us now, once they've lost a game, but also Georgia had the game against Kentucky that made them look vulnerable. I'm curious, though, what your numbers are saying about Georgia being a more vulnerable team this year.
Yeah, they definitely don't love the Georgia offense. It feels like they're missing Brock Bowers and haven't been able to really recover relative. You got to grade Georgia on a curve, right? Still have them top 10 in efficiency, but will note they are not generating quality possessions super well. They're only at 45% on that echo rate, 61st in the nation, and so those finishing drives I think are really what's mattering and kind of keeping things a little bit deflated for Georgia's offense there. They're 7th in EPA per rush, but only 16th in EPA per dropback. And this one's kind of fun. They're 83rd in starting field position, which is a little bit of an indictment on the defense and special teams, but this is going to be the hot take of the century. It's a lot harder to score when you're not getting those short field drives off of turnovers that you're expecting a lot from Georgia. And so that might be deflating some of those numbers as well. So grading Georgia on the Georgia curve, yeah, the offense looks certainly flat. Grading them on the rest of the nation curve, they're still a top 15 unit for sure.
Parker, sticking in the SEC, you mentioned a little bit earlier when we asked you about Nebraska and Rutgers, like you kind of disagreeing with the numbers and going off of vibes and liking Nebraska. A game where a team is favored in Vegas that you completely disagree with is the Missouri-Texas A&M matchup. And I wanted to ask you, how much do you think that could be the computer not knowing or knowing who the quarterback is, aka will it be Connor Wegman or will it not be Connor Wegman? And how much of it is just something else, given that the point spread is quite a bit off? It's about 6.5 points compared to what Vegas sees.
Yeah, definitely a surprising one. I, locked in on the BetUS show where I talk about picks earlier in the week, locked in Missouri, both on the money line and minus 2.5 here. I do think that this is just one where Kyle Field is maybe a little bit overinflated. Who knows if the Missouri player saying that all week is going to make that not true. But I do think that, the model's agnostic about who the quarterback is, don't have any kind of player specific stuff. This is all team aggregates. We should treat this as a baseline. I think Missouri still has a lot in the tank. Nate Noel in the running game has been a fine replacement for Schrader and what Missouri wants to do. Theo Weiss is leading the team in targets. Luther Burden's not even leading the team in targets for Missouri. So I think that they're riding on the priors from the preseason here at about 16th in net efficiency this season, whereas Texas Tech is down to still at 46. I think Missouri has done as little as possible on offense, and they still have another gear to unlock, getting Burden involved as the workhorse for that offense. So I'm pretty optimistic about Missouri here, believing that offense is going to be what we thought it was in the preseason, and believing that Texas A&M is a solid team, but does have a limited ceiling, especially with the quarterback instability.
Parker Fleming, Stats O'War on Twitter, joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. A little bit closer to home, the Iowa Hawkeyes go to Columbus this week. Ohio State has put up impressive numbers, but they really haven't played anybody yet. Sorry, Michigan State. But, in all seriousness, their non-conference was very, very cakey. How much do you think this game against Iowa helps change the perspective on the Buckeyes, given that, this seems like this is the best team they've seen so far?
Yeah, absolutely. I have them at first in net efficiency right now, accounting for opponent a little bit, but with some preseason priors in there, obviously. And it's funny, this will actually help us get a better idea of Ohio State because Iowa State has looked so good beating Iowa, and that kind of connectivity of the nodes, those all matter as we're understanding, how these teams play each other. I'm really interested to see, Iowa is going to be run heavy. They're 124th in rush rate over expected, so a super rush heavy team. They're 23rd in rushing EPA overall. Ohio State's defense, has been excellent, second so far. But again, there are still concerns about the schedule, even with those opponent adjustments. I'm interested to see what kind of pace Iowa can impose on this game. I think that Iowa's going to give them a good run. I've got this really, really close to the line, right about that 18-point range as well. So I actually don't love Ohio State here, even though on the merits, I love an offense that passes more than they run and has high efficiency in both the rushing and passing versus a run-heavy offense. But we'll see what the Ohio State defense does against this Iowa rushing attack, even as that Iowa passing offense is not manifested as much as I think they hoped it would in the offseason.
Parker, one of the more interesting games to me is one of the last games of the entire night, and that is Miami going out west of Berkeley to take on the Cal Bears. Your numbers like Miami quite a bit in this one, winning by more than 2 touchdowns when the spread is right at about 10 points, 10.5 points. What is it about this matchup that has it liking Miami?
Yeah, so just on the merits, I think we can go, to speak to the common fan. Cal lost to Florida State. Florida State is not a good football team. I think we've seen Cal at their worst this season. That rushing defense for Cal is what really gives me pause. They're 96th in the nation in efficiency against the rush. Miami is 29th. That's their worst unit compared to the pass. But I think the ceiling of Cam Ward and that 4th best passing offense really gives them kind of an ability to separate in this game that I'm not sure Cal is going to be able to keep up with. That being said, to put on my betting hat for a little bit, do I love betting against Justin Wilcox at home with game day and betting for Mario Cristobal? No, not at all. So I'm absolutely terrified by this one, even though if this was blind numbers, I think you obviously pick Miami and kind of what the ceiling of Cam Ward represents against the Cal offense, who has some fun pieces in Mendoza and Jaden Ott, but, doesn't necessarily have the explosive and consistent ceiling that Miami's offense does.
Parker Fleming joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, looking ahead a couple of weeks because Nebraska has an idle week next week after the Rutgers game, but Indiana's up next. How much of the Hoosiers impressed you?
A whole lot. Like, great for Coach Sig, great for the vibes, man. And they look really good. The offensive line play has been really, really consistent. That rushing attack is 16th in the nation. What I think I loved the most in watching their game against Maryland, you saw that it was close till about halftime, and Indiana made some mistakes, some negative turnovers there. And what they were able to do is regroup and kind of bear down and get a gritty win, even as they separated. They just said, hey, let's get our stuff together and let Maryland come unglued, and we're going to play consistent. That felt a lot like the aggressive and disciplined teams we've seen from Coach Signetti at James Madison. The defense does leave a little bit to be desired. 36th in the rush, 29th in the pass there. And I'll note, pulling back to Eckel, they're good at preventing quality possessions, 12th in Eckel rate. but they're 81st in points per Eckel. So that does match up interestingly with Nebraska, where both teams do struggle. Nebraska's offense, Indiana's defense, in that kind of plus zone at finishing and preventing finishing drives. That'll be the rub for the game, I think, is if Nebraska can score touchdowns as opposed to kick field goals. I do have this pretty substantially in Indiana's favor right now. But again, we'll learn a lot about Nebraska from this weekend. And then Indiana has a couple games before the bye, so we'll see how that shakes out.
Parker Fleming. Parker, really appreciate you coming on.
Yeah.
Love to catch up with you again a little bit later in the season if we can.
Absolutely. You guys know where to find me and always love talking ball. And I couldn't go this whole podcast. I'm a big college wrestling fan without shouting out Hutmacher on the defensive line for Nebraska. And just the big man, the bear, the wrestling legend is one of my favorite players and favorite wrestlers to keep track of. So always love to talk about Nebraska and shout him out.
Absolutely. Appreciate it, Parker. Thanks a lot and enjoy the games this weekend.
Take care, fellas. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Parker.
Stats O War, S-T-A. Yeah, just think stats.
Yep.
O War.
Instead of Man O War.
Instead of Man O War, Stats O War.
One of the cool things about the website, collegefootballinsiders.com, that we keep quoting is that you can go and you can preview matchups.
Yeah, you can go in and plug in your own matchups.
So when
if you
John
want.
asked about the game in a couple weeks, I thought, well, let's just plug it in. And sure enough, as he said, Indiana's substantial favorites. He has that as Indiana 30.1 points to Nebraska's 19.7.
Whoa!
And hey, we've been wondering, hey, what's a good team in terms of points per Eckel? Because Nebraska's offense is at 3.1, 107th. Indiana, second best in the entire country. You ready for this number? 4.96. So when they get down there, they are getting closer to a touchdown, almost closer to a touchdown than they are to a field goal.
Yeah.
Every single time.
Well, I'm glad we now know what the RROE is because
Yes.
that's been confusing me. So to put it into perspective for the purposes of this game, Rutgers is at 109th in RROE. They run the ball 7% more on downs when you would not expect them to, which kind of lends itself back to, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, but against Virginia Tech, they didn't run the ball for a great average, but they ran it over 50 times.
Yeah, so it's not an inherent negative.
No.
It is just more, are you rushing in situations where you expect to rush, or are you passing? And so he said it, that they pass more in traditional running spots, which pretty fascinating. And I think that shows the trust that they have in their quarterback.
It is a One Beer Friday brought to you by Cross Strain Brewing. We will come back and get this One Beer Friday started. We'll take a look at the trends for this game, Nebraska-Rutgers, our keys to this game, our predictions for this game.
All those things.
Everything coming up next. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct. And Nick still has to give away 3 more Scary Acres passes.
Oh, now that's a happy
What
hour.
would you like to do, Nick?
Listen, I like getting phone calls from people. It makes me feel like I have friends because they're calling me.
Yeah.
So let's just do another caller thing.
All right. Which one?
Let's do 3, 7, 9.
Oh, we love those numbers.
3, 7, and 9. Callers 3, 7, and 9 right now. 402-951-1620. And if you are one of those callers, we'll get you hooked up with Scary Acres passes for next week.
All right.
1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. One of the many great things about Circus Sports Iowa is the fact that when you have a stinky college football weekend like this, that you can still enjoy yourself and you can still bet like a pro anywhere in the state of Iowa with their live in-game lines that update every break. All the props and, of course, their tight money line splits. A few of the games waiting for you right now. North Carolina plus 115 to take down Pittsburgh. Florida plus 105 on UCF. And one more, Coastal Carolina minus 190 on Old Dominion. Just because you aren't invested doesn't mean you can't be invested. You know what I'm saying? If the postseason baseball is also more your thing, they have lines for that as well. Another one of those great things about Circus Sports Iowa I mentioned earlier, by the way, is they won't punish you by limiting your account when you win a lot either. Some of the other guys, they like to do that. They don't like to mention that. Download your new sportsbook today. Download Circus Sports Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know. But I had one beer.
You probably had beer, Center. Each week, Ralph Club, biggest contributor. Yeah, answer that. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer, Senator, or not. What do you like to drink? Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
It is a One Beer Friday presented by Cross Strain Brewing right here in the beautiful Omaha Metro. We got Cornhead, we got the Cole Strain, and Nick has
the premium pills.
The premium pills. And thanks to the good folks at Cross Strain, and you too can enjoy a Cross Strain. Just visit Cross Strain Brewing, or maybe you want to send us a picture of what you're drinking this weekend. Send it to us. JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Use the hashtag OneBeerFriday, and Nick is going to pick one at random for a $25 gift card to Cross Strain.
I'm going to slide into your DMs.
We got a lot of people sending photos. El Scorcho drops us. It looks like he has a hazy IPA. Andy, who I believe lives, out in California. But he's up in Seattle, says Go Big Red from Seattle.
It almost looks like he was in like a prison or something, because just the way the picture's framed with the chain link fence.
Hey, look, I got a selfie after I escaped.
Are you in a prison?
Tim is having a, what is that? Can't tell what that is. Grain Belt?
Oh, Grain Belt.
Yeah.
I think we've had that on the show.
I think we
Shout
have.
out to Tim.
I bought
and
some a
there
while
was
back.
one more earlier from Derek. He has an Oktoberfest today. Yeah, like John said, let us know what you're drinking, and Nick will hook you up with a gift card at random. Not everybody.
At random.
Not
Just
everybody.
one
who
person.
sends them
Yeah,
in.
just one person.
Per week.
There we go.
So thank you again to Cross Strain. So here we go. This was, I'll be honest, this was the game on the early half of the schedule.
Yes.
So we're talking the pre-Ohio State part of the schedule. This is before the season that I was looking the most forward to, because I thought Rutgers would be pretty good. I thought Nebraska would be kind of in the same boat with Rutgers in terms of, kind of where they are in their development, kind of just the kind of pack of teams that they're affiliated with, and it would be a good gauge for where the Huskers are. Obviously, we found out that Illinois certainly was up to the test. We're going to find out in 2 weeks that Indiana may be more than up for the test. But this was the one, at least, eyeballing the schedule from several months out, that I was the most interested in, because you've got a veteran coach in Schiano. You've got a system that is defined, and, it's that old school type of football, and how Nebraska was going to perform with that coming into their place, being, the last of, it wasn't technically a homestand, but with only one road game in the first 5 or first 6. Man, can you believe it? It's already halfway through the
Don't
season.
you dare. Would you stop?
Halfway
We're so
through
close to
the
college
season.
baseball, aren't we, John?
Yes, we are halfway
Can you
through
imagine?
the season.
The ping of the bat.
But so I'm really
punch both of
fascinated,
you.
and I'm even more fascinated now, just given how the season has played out, and the fact that Rutgers is 4-0. This was a team that had Vatek and Washington on its early schedule.
Yeah,
they
back-to-back
passed
games.
both those tests.
Yep. And they did it in a way, in kind of impressively, in that it wasn't perfect. They got up early on Virginia Tech, and then they fell apart, and then they were able to get a game-winning field goal. And then versus, spoiler alert. And then versus Washington, they almost gave that game away as well. And so, this is not a perfect Rutgers team. And so, dare I say, given how you began this segment, would you say that they're a little bit worse than you expected them to be? Or is it that Nebraska is a little bit better than you expected it to be? Or is it just a little bit of both? Because it seems like you like Nebraska's chances more now than you did before the season.
Honestly, I didn't really. I'm trying to remember back what I picked for this. I put this one in. I think I put it in the coin flip category.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. No, I think Rutgers is kind of what I thought they would be. Their record is better than I thought it would be.
Definitely, yeah. They're undefeated right now. Virginia Tech hasn't been the team that we thought they could be. Washington's taken a step back.
Yeah, I think more of what I see this game as is, the potential in the matchups.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, in terms of quality of opponent, you're going to play a team that's not going to make a lot of mistakes. They don't commit a lot of penalties. They don't turn the ball over.
They do give up big plays.
And they do give up big plays, but in terms of actual, self-imposed mistakes, they don't.
Yeah.
And I think this is going to be this has the potential of being a really good or a really telling way to go into your idle week. If Rutgers comes in and wins and they do what Rutgers does and it frustrates Nebraska and they walk out of Lincoln with a win, we're going to have a lot of things to talk about over the idle week, especially if special teams plays a part in all of this. But if Nebraska goes out tomorrow and wins this game and, basically outdoes Rutgers at their own thing while also putting their own spin on it, I think you go into the idle week with a really good sense of self and some positive momentum, then leading up to a team that most people weren't expecting to be a big challenge and now has the potential to be a real roadblock in Indiana. So this game is really important because of what it represents both to the season at large, but also the timing of it and going into that first bye, that first idle of the season, and allowing folks to really kind of hone in and define what this team is about.
Along those lines, before we get to some of the numbers, Max says, I think this is the fork in the road game. 5-1 versus 4-2 seems like such a big difference halfway through the season with how the back half looks. Max is spot on. This is the difference between you win this. I'm not saying cool, you can lose to Indiana now, but wow, does it feel like it gives you just so much breathing room. Certainly they're going to make a bowl game, and you can still start dreaming bigger. If they lose this, it puts so much pressure on a road game at Indiana versus a team who is playing better right now before the Ohio State game. And it would be going into an off week. This is a massive, massive football game. Massive.
All right, let's take a look at some of the numbers going into this one. Our key party still to come. Series history, Nebraska leads at 6-0. 5-0 in the Big Ten era. The other game, the first game ever in this series, was held in the Polo Grounds in 1922.
Oh, those Oklahoma State fans probably remember that.
They probably do. But something I noticed today, just off chance,
Oliver,
Nebraska has won each game by fewer points.
Yeah, this is a wild stat.
Each time out. So the margin of victory has diminished each time they've played. So the very first meeting went 28-0 Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
The second meeting, Nebraska won by 18. The third, they won by 17. The fourth, they won by 10. The fifth, they won by 7. And in the last matchup between these two teams, Nebraska won by 1 point.
That's pretty crazy.
Hopefully this mathematical trend doesn't continue because you can't win by less than 1 point.
That is true. In football, you are not allowed to win by a half point. And there are no more ties. If this was, 1991, maybe we'd predict in a tie just to fit in with that. But yeah.
Despite the 5-0 modern era record, Huskers just 2-3 against the spread versus the Scarlet Knights in their last meeting at Rutgers 2 years ago. Nebraska won 14-13 as 3-point favorites. The under has hit in 4 straight matchups between the schools, and this total is low. This total is only 40.5.
Interesting.
Right now.
Interesting.
K Ford's got Nebraska with a 60% chance of beating the Scarlet Knights. And our new friend, we'll start including this next week, Parker Fleming from Stats War. His projection, basically, it rounds to Rutgers 24, Nebraska 22.
Yeah, so it's interesting because the point spread is at 6.5. A lot of the predictions that I've seen this week from computers and otherwise, SP Plus likes Nebraska, but not his numbers. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Huskers are 5-5 against the spread at home in their last 10. They're 8-12 against the spread in their last 20 games in Memorial Stadium. The under has hit in 6 of the last 7.
And the last game at home was the over, and that didn't hit until the end, right? It was the touchdown by Indiana to tie it that moved it past, or was it the overtime touchdown by Indiana? I'm trying to remember by Illinois, excuse me. Yeah.
What the total was. I think, let's see, it would have been 48. I think it was the score in overtime that the over hit, right?
I'm pulling it up
wasn't
right
the total
now.
like 49?
47 points. So, 42 and a half, excuse me.
Okay, so the tying touchdown moved it to the over.
Yeah.
In each of the last 5 wins, the Huskers have covered the spread. So not only have they won, but in the last 5 wins, dating back to last year's Purdue game, Nebraska has also covered the spread.
Last when they win, they cover.
When they win, they cover.
Okay.
In their last 10 October home games as a favorite, Nebraska's 8-2 straight up, but against the spread, just 3-7. The under again has been the play 7 of the last 10 times. Again, home game in October as a favorite.
Mm-hmm.
For the Scarlet Knights, they're 4-0 straight up and 3-1 against the spread this year. Their spread differential is plus 14. Rutgers has won 5 straight overall, dating back to last year's bowl win. Scarlet Knights, though, as a road dog, just 6-24 straight up since the end of 2016. Now, one of those 6 wins did come 2 weeks ago at Va-Tech when they were a 3-point underdog. They ended up winning that game by 3. Rutgers is 16-12-2 against the spread in those matchups as a road dog. The under has hit 22 out of 30 times. So again, the trends say take the under, take the under. Scarlet Knights are just 2-8 as road dogs of 6 or more points since 2021. Rutgers' last win as a road dog of 6 or more was at
Boston College. I don't believe it.
They won by 1 point 2 years ago as a 9-point underdog.
Interesting. So this would really be bucking some trends if they were able to pull off the dub against Nebraska.
So there are some of the trends heading into tomorrow's game at Memorial Stadium. And right now, the line's been pretty steady.
Yeah.
6.5, 40.5 is the total.
Yeah, it's been there. It's been that spot all week long.
Yeah.
Jordan says they still don't feel good about this matchup. We need to play a clean 4 quarters, and I don't trust us to do that. And then once you got into that stat about wins getting by fewer and fewer points, he said, so we're losing. I
Again,
love
that was just something I happened to notice by chance.
I love this spot in terms of the intrigue. We spent a lot of time in the offseason discussing like this program and what would happen to them in big moments, in close game moments. This is, it might be a close game, it might not. But again, because of what's at stake, they get off to such a good start. They're winning games, and they're doing so very comfortably in the first 3. And they welcome Illinois in on a celebration night, and Nebraska doesn't play great, but they still have the lead late. They're not playing great, and yet they still have the ball deep in Illinois territory with a few minutes to go and a chance to take the lead. We know what happens there, and you wonder in hindsight, is that a sign of things to come versus competition like this? Or is it something that they quote unquote needed? Like I always hate the idea of needing a loss. Like you need that loss to refocus you, but it's a program that is, still growing. And so if that's what they needed in that moment, I guess we're going to find out. One of the things I don't think I've talked about since that game, so I'll do it here before we get to the keys. I thought that in that game, Nebraska was nowhere near as good as I think that they can be. I thought the defense really struggled, of course. The offense was not very clean. They had another interception that was taken away from a receiver, and that should have been a touchdown. Obviously, Dylan Raiola misses Lindenmeyer by, a foot, and that could have been the game-winning touchdown, barring what happens next. If there is a way to spin that into a positive of like, man, they did not play very well, and they still could have, if not should have, won. Now, I know we've said that around here a lot over the years. They could have, they should have won, they should have won. But in this game, they did not play anywhere near what we have seen at their most optimum. Parker said it a few moments ago when we talked to him last hour. The ceiling, and I'm paraphrasing now, but the ceiling of Nebraska's offense, he likes, but they're inconsistent. And that matches my eyes. My eyes tell me I like this offense. I think that it can be successful. I think that it can move the ball. I think they have a good decision maker at quarterback. I think that they have good receivers. The line protects him enough for it to work, and the running game is serviceable, again, enough. But too often, they'll have the successes followed by the penalties, the failures, the 3 and outs, whatever it is. If they can figure out a way to get more consistent, the number of drives, John, that reach the 40-yard line or in show that this is an offense that can move the ball. It's now, I mean, it really is about putting, the Rubik's Cube together, putting the puzzle pieces in the correct order. That's what this offense is about moving forward.
But you're going to have to put those puzzle pieces together with more distractions to complete the analogy. You're playing better teams now.
Yes,
now,
you
instead
are.
of being in a quiet library and having a chance to really focus, now the TV's turned up too loud. The kids are blaring because the competition.
They're going to Mike Gundy.
The competition gets a lot tougher from here.
Yes, it
now,
does.
the good news is in that same spot last year, the defense rose to the occasion. We quoted the Stumanji numbers earlier. Nebraska's defensive numbers got better as the season wore on.
Yeah.
What you're hoping for is, even though the competition gets tougher as the season wears on, that Nebraska, just like last year, Matt Rule talked about it yesterday, people talk about getting from good to great as like it's a straight line going up horizontally. When in fact, it's more of kind of a wavy line. There's going to be some ebbs and flows, but it's gradual progression upward. What you're hoping for is that, Nebraska hit that lull against Illinois. They hit the lull in the first half against Purdue, but then in the second half, they started to come up. What you're hoping for heading into the idle week, that they're still on a little bit of that upward trajectory, and they feel like they've gotten something cooking now as they face off against a really good Rutgers team, a very disciplined Rutgers team who is just going to play straight up football. It ain't going to be pretty. It ain't going to be fancy. There's not going to be a lot of wrinkles. They're just going to come out and try to be better at football than you are.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes that's the best way to judge how good you are as a team.
Couldn't agree more.
Thanks again to Cross Strain. Got the Cornhead going and more. Don't forget, get in those pictures. Use the hashtag OneBeerFriday. The Key Party coming up next on The Zone.
last time at your party. Key party. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we look ahead to the game on Saturday with our keys to the game, our key party. These are our 5 keys, unless one of us decides to go fewer
or more.
I've never done 6.
You haven't?
No.
I thought you did. I thought that the
No.
Colorado game, you did a bonus key this year.
If I did, it doesn't count as 6. It counts as a bonus.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
That was the pool key.
We stop at the count at 5, but
The count always stops at 5.
all right.
It's like a 10-question pop quiz.
Oh, but there's a bonus question.
Nice.
Oh, boy, it's a bonus question.
Yeah.
All right, so.
Am I starting?
Ugly before beauty. Go.
Oh, yeah.
Got him.
I begin with our dear friend Michael Severe. Prove Michael Severe right. Remember earlier this week?
Wow,
John,
well, that's a tough key. There's no way we're going to hit that key.
remember when you were like, I have an opinion, and Michael kept texting, John is wrong, John is wrong, John is wrong. Big
No, I
plays.
don't, because I never got those.
Oh, yes, I did, though, and then I read them. But big plays is what we're talking about here. Rutgers in the bottom half of the Big Ten in allowing plays of 10-plus yards. They are 17th out of 18 teams in allowing 9 plays of 30 yards or more. We apologize to Matt Rule. He is wrong about their ability to shut down the big plays. By the way, Nebraska, they are 5th in the conference in plays of 10 yards or more. They're middle of the pack in those bigger plays of 30 yards or more. But we have seen them find success, last week included, versus Purdue. I think this is a great chance to let Dylan Raiola and company cook just a little bit, move the ball, and that leads into if I had a nickel for every Eckel. Because, John, if we had nickels for every Eccles, we'd be rich men. But if I had a nickel for every Eckel that resulted in points, less rich. We talked about this a little bit earlier in the show with our new friend of the Grum, Parker Fleming. They are second in the country in the raw number of chances. And again, for those who missed it, that is getting to the 40-yard line and taking a snap or a big play beyond that and scoring. But once they actually start taking snaps inside of the 40, they are 107th in points per opportunity. And John, look what happened last Friday when Rutgers hosted Washington and they had drives that got inside of the 40-yard line. They had a drive that ended on the 37-yard line on a missed 4th down conversion. They had a field goal from the 4-yard line. They missed a field goal from the 25-yard line. They had a drive that ended at the 2-yard line. They had a 51-yard touchdown, which does count, again, for this stat. They missed another field goal from the 20. They scored a touchdown from the 12. And finally, at the end of the game, they missed a field goal that they snapped from the 38-yard line. That is 8 total trips inside of the 40-yard line that resulted in 17 points. Absolutely ridiculous. It was a 3-point game, and they only got 17 points from 8 trips. That is 2.1 points per trip. And to think about Nebraska, they're bad right now. They're in the 100s. They're averaging 3.11 yards or 3.11 points rather per Eckel. So, like, be better than Washington and certainly be better than yourself. Finish those damn drives. Move over to the other side of the ball. Key number 3, bad gas mileage. How about this? Rutgers rush offense, 12th in the country in terms of yards per game. But when you look at yards per carry, they're 28th in the country. So really good still, but definitely worse than they are at the raw yards per game. EPA per carry, a little bit worse and ranks 45th. We've been talking a lot this week about Nebraska's quote-unquote bad rushing offense. They're 49th in that exact same stat that Rutgers run games ranks 45th. All right, so let's dig a little bit deeper then. Kyle Monungai, again, we've talked about him quite a bit this week. He has the 5th most yards in college football this season at 589, but his 6.1 yards per carry, much further behind a lot of the guys that are in front of him right now at the top of the sport. Still solid, but not as good. In the last 2 games, though, as they have finally faced some Power 4 competition, they faced and beat Virginia Tech, and then obviously we know who they beat last week in Washington. 51 carries, 216 yards. So again, the guy's averaging 6.1 yards per carry on the entire season, but just 4.2 yards per carry when they have faced power competition, which I find pretty interesting. And so you have a back that has a lot of yards, but it takes him a larger number of carries to get there, especially when the competition level is up. He might get to those numbers, but can Nebraska make it inefficient? Can it be bad gas miles, like one of my grandpa's old trucks that got like 5 miles per gallon? Can it be one of those?
Okay.
Let's hope that it can be. Earn back those preseason feelings that we had about the run defense. Set yourself up for early success, and do that by winning the early downs. Nebraska Rutgers, they have good success on early downs. Nebraska's defense does as well. The previous stat was about the offenses, by the way. But the defense of Rutgers is 84th in early downs EPA. It's like the one weakness across the early down numbers for both of these teams. So in a game where every yard can make things just a little bit less stressful for Nebraska's offense and special teams, perhaps make sure you put yourself in a spot to make things easier. Rutgers offense 33rd. Nebraska's defense in defending early downs ranked 17th. So a slight edge to the Big Red, but an edge nonetheless. And wouldn't it be nice to put my name needs an N, Athan in situations where he has to drop back more than he would like. I think this is how you do it. You have success on the early downs when defending them. Finally, key number 5, don't let us talk about you. Special teams. Need I say anything else?
Nope.
I don't want to talk about you on tomorrow night when Happer and I are on. So get some big plays. Finish when you get inside the 40-yard line. Hold Rutgers and Kyle Monangai to some inefficient running. Set yourself up for success with good early down success on offense and defense. And finally, special teams. Just don't do what you did last week.
All right, musical keys this week. The first cut is the deepest.
Nice. Shellcrow.
Rutgers defense is best versus the pass when the opponent needs to pass. They've just allowed a 25% success rate on passing downs. This also compares to Nebraska's 35% success rate on passing downs. A passing down is, well, it's anything that is basically behind the change. You're a little off schedule. So the key, don't be off schedule. First down, the first cut. Make it the deepest. Rutgers is weakest on early downs defensively, and Nebraska has to make them pay. Now, on the other side of the matchup, Nebraska's got to keep Rutgers off schedule. This is probably even more important than Nebraska staying on schedule on offense, because I think with Nebraska's big playability, they can make up a second and long or a third and long if necessary. But this is where Rutgers really makes its hay. Rutgers has a 55% success rate on standard downs. It drops to 33% when they're facing passing downs. Their running game is just too consistent to be facing consistent second and third and short situations. That's why they're one of the nation's leaders in time of possession and plays run per game. Think about this. They rushed for less than 3 yards a carry in the win at Virginia Tech, which sounds terrible.
It is.
They ran it over 50 times.
Crazy.
They kept pounding it and pounding it and pounding it. So, heck, even if you do get them behind the chains, they still may run the ball. But you'd rather force them into a choice than give them the easy option. Second key, wrap it up. I'll take it. You know who that is?
No.
The fabulous Thunderbirds.
Oh.
Kyle Monangai is a broken tackle machine. Nebraska has to bring extra defenders to bring him down. It's important. Get that first contact in there. And I'm not saying first contact necessarily has to bring him to the ground, but you got to knock him around. You got to get him off his schedule. You got to get him off his path. You got to slow him up and then get other dudes in there to clean him up. If he is breaking tackles consistently, go back. There's a couple of plays in the Washington game where he just rumbles through. It seems like every player on the Washington defense. This is what he does. You've got to get him to the ground. He's going to get some yak tomorrow, but if it's a lot of yak, then we're all going to be yakking after the game, if you know what I mean. So you got to limit those yaks.
Should have been yakety sacks.
As much as possible. Next, well, it's appropriate. This is the happy hour because it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Oh.
Rutgers has given up, and this is in terms of where I see I'm setting another number goal. Last week it was the 155 plan. This week the number is 5. I'll explain in a minute. Rutgers has given up 14 plays of 20-plus yards in 4 games. Nebraska offensively has 23 plays of 20-plus yards in 5 games. So basically, Rutgers is allowing a little more than 3 20-plus yard plays, and Nebraska is gaining just a little bit less than 5. In lieu of Nebraska struggling to finish in the Eckel or the red zone, I think they need to make up for it with big plays, and I think they need to overachieve a little bit in this area. So I'm setting the goal at 5. You need at least 5 plays in this game of 20 or more yards, and I'll even be more specific. I think you can get 3 of them in the air, and I think you can get 2 on the ground, and Ja'Cory Barney probably factors into at least a couple of those 5 plays. So 5 o'clock somewhere, 5 plays of 20 or more yards, that is the goal. Now, we're going back to the 70s. Why don't we steal away? Why don't we steal away? Neither team turns the ball over. Robbie Dupree, look it up. It's a song about having an affair.
Oh.
So it's really, family friendly. Neither team turns the ball over.
No.
Huskers have just 3 giveaways in 5 games. Rutgers has just 2 giveaways in 4 games. 1 turnover in this game could loom large. And I think the best way that Nebraska can win this is if they force Rutgers to the air. Ethan Kaliakmanis threw 9 picks last season at Minnesota. So far, just 1 this year. But remember, he's been allowed to throw on his terms. If Nebraska can go back to the first key and stop them on first down and make them have to maybe throw the ball a little bit more, I think Nebraska can get a turnover here, and they've been pretty good at getting one in key moments. So let's see if Nebraska can steal away a possession in this one. And then finally, going to some 80s hairband music.
Classic, John.
Don't treat me bad. Not asking. I'm basically my last key is your last key.
Yeah.
I'm not asking the special teams to win this game.
You can't share keys.
I'm not at. That's the whole point of the key party, isn't it?
Yeah, we're sharing everything over here, Nick. You have your shirt unbuttoned right now. What are you talking about?
I'm not asking them to win the
You're
game,
welcome.
the special teams. I'm just asking them to be like a pioneer child. Don't be noticed. Just shut up and don't be noticed. There's going to be a lot of talk over the idle week about a lot of things, right?
Oh, yeah.
Special teams is going to be talked about anyway, but let's not add even more fuel to that fire. So go out, make your PATs, execute your punts, cover your kicks. I think progress in the case of special teams is not to go from bad to good. It's to go from bad to unnoticed. And then after that, you can start working on good. So let's just not make special teams any kind of a storyline after this game. Let's not even notice them. And those are my keys.
Seems like we had a lot of overlap. Special teams to finish up, which is, I think, an obvious one. But it's interesting looking at this run game for Rutgers. And it is good in terms of the raw production. But when you look at that yards per carry, they are not they're not a big play threat from that position. I say this and watch, I'll have like 3 50-yard runs tomorrow or something like that. But that can be a real good help for Nebraska if they're able to shut down the running game.
So if you guys have the same key, you're sharing the same key. Who gets it first and who gets the key second?
Well, he said that I got to go first. So
Oh.
I think we kind of answered it. He said ugly people first, which was a little hurtful.
Wow. Rude, John.
A little hurtful.
Yeah. Well, coming up next, predictions on 1620 The Zone.
When it comes to concrete repair, EverLevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose EverLevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with EverLevel is a slam dunk. Call EverLevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
$16.20 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
For the last 4 rounds of predictions, I've literally been participating with my entire brain tied behind my back. So it's about time that you two actually make me try now. I actually might have to try. Now, it's still very early, but we all had winning weeks last week.
Yeah, who had the best winning week, John?
It doesn't matter because
who's in first place now, John?
He's the losingest person the last 4 rounds of predictions.
But I think we're missing the real important stat. Who has the most bonus points?
That'd be Nick.
Yeah, and you're still in last place.
Bonus points.
Yeah. Wait, so what's this brain excuse?
What do you mean brain excuse? I've participated with my entire brain tied behind my back because you guys make it so easy.
Oh, interesting.
Now I might have to try.
Okay, I guess.
But
we'll see how
no,
that
in
goes.
all seriousness, 11-8 for me, 13-6 for Josh, 10-9 for Nick, and yes, we all hit a bonus point last week for picking upsets, and Nick has had at least one bonus point in every round of predictions since we introduced the upset of the week.
Call me Mr. Bonus.
So it's a very close contest right now. I like it. It's going to be a stretch run. All right, so here we go. And yes, Josh, don't whine, but we've got some baseball this week.
Hey, it's playoff time. I'll allow it. I'm okay with that.
I'm glad you allow it. Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go. Oh,
you want me to read these?
I guess no. I guess I forgot. I guess I do these, don't I?
I mean, you usually.
I usually do. Missouri plus 2.5 at Texas A&M. Josh, go.
Give me the Aggies. The right team is favored. Texas A&M gets a big victory, the first loss of the year for Missouri. And a couple weeks after, we were like, oh my gosh, the SEC is going to get half of their league in the playoff. Another team suffers an L.
Wow, I can't believe Josh loves Trev Alberts that much that he's going to pick Texas A&M.
Nice.
Give me Mizzou. It's fun to say.
Man, I'm holding my nose on this one because I don't trust Texas A&M. I think they're terrible. But
are you going to pick them?
I'm going to pick them.
All right.
I'm not a
you
fan.
could pick Missouri.
Yeah, but A&M at home. I'll give them one more chance.
Okay.
They'll ride that spastic, weird, cultish home crowd. And
nice.
Coming out of there with a win. CBS at 2:30. Iowa at Ohio State. The Hawkeyes are an 18.5-point underdog. I like the fact that it is under the 21. I'm going to go with the Buckeyes.
Oh, man, I'd go with Ohio State as well. I thought I was going to get a point on you.
I'm going to go with Iowa.
Of course
Throwing
you
a
are.
point away, maybe, but maybe
Definitely.
not. Maybe not.
Jeremiah Smith, receiving yards, 72.5.
Over.
Yeah.
Same.
We all agree.
Purdue at Wisconsin, the suck bowl of the Big Ten. Purdue is a 2-touchdown underdog at the Badgers.
God, the vibes are horrible for both of these teams. Give me Purdue to cover.
Give me Wisconsin, but I feel bad about it.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
No matter the pick here, I think I'd feel bad.
I'm gonna play with this hook again and say that Wisconsin does get at least a 14-point win. So I'll have to go ahead and take Wisconsin minus the 13.5. Michigan is at Washington. It's a rematch of the national championship game last year, and it was dominated by Michigan. But that's when Michigan had an offense and an okay coach who still is a cheater. Washington wins this game by at least 10 points.
Nice. I'm also going to take Washington because Michigan is smelly.
Give me the Wolverines in this one.
Oh, really?
Give me the Wolverines in this one.
Clemson at Florida State. Once upon a time, people thought this might be an important game in the ACC. It's important for Clemson.
Yeah.
For Florida State, I have no idea what it is. Clemson minus 14.5. Give me the Tigers.
Yeah, the only argument that I could hear against picking Clemson in this game is that DJ Uiagalelei is not starting. But I don't care. Give me the Tigers. I think that they roll, and it's another bad loss for FSU.
Yeah, Clemson. It feels obvious.
Wow, we agree way too much this week. Way too much.
In the NFL, Josh's Bills are at the Texans.
Yeah, obviously, I'm going with the Bills. I am Bills pilled, and I assume you will be as well, John, given that the Texans are bad, as you said yesterday. Your words, not mine.
I didn't say bad. They're just not as good as their 3-1 record says. Easy pick, Bills.
Wow.
I'm going to pick the Texans so you can finally understand why I think Josh Allen is mid.
Why? What does that have to do with this?
Because CJ Stroud's going to stomp that ass.
Okay, interesting.
The Washington Commanders, help me, are playing the Browns tomorrow. Jaden Daniels, who has set a 4-game NFL record for completion percentage, and last week was insane. Completion percentage over under 74.5%. Nick?
I'm going to take the under this time just because things like this can't last that long, right?
Couldn't agree with you more. It seems very difficult to continue doing this, especially against a Jim Schwartz-led defense. Give me the Browns to hold him under that number.
Over.
Oh, okay.
The Cardinals are at Frisco tomorrow or Sunday afternoon. Cardinals are plus 7.5.
Well, until Call of Duty releases at the end of the month, I'm going to pick the Cardinals. So the Cardinals.
Man, I keep picking the Cardinals, and they keep letting me down. I'm going to go with the 49ers here.
Yeah, Frisco's been able to handle things pretty well without some key players. I mean, the running game is still really good. Brock Purdy's having a really good year so far. And the Cardinals, I think too many people are kind of huffing their gas after, they smoked the Rams.
The Rams, yes.
And we all know that the Rams are not in good shape right now. So I'm going to take San Francisco, even though that 7.5 is a little Frisco frisky, if you know what I mean.
Nice.
Sunday Night Football, Cowboys plus 2.5 at the Steelers.
Pittsburgh. Everyone's hurt.
The Cowboys.
I agree. I'm going to
You always pick the Cowboys, and then you spend the rest of the week saying they suck. But every week in predictions, you pick the Cowboys.
And what happens?
I hate you so much.
I'm going to pick Dallas.
I don't like it. Stop it. Stop picking them.
I'll sacrifice a point if it means these guys lose. No, I don't know. I just think it feels like a moment here. Pittsburgh got exposed a little bit last week. I think Dallas's offense can move the ball a little bit on this Steelers defense. I don't know how much I trust the Steelers offense. at this point, even though Dallas's defense has been
And they're
sometimes
down their two best
sometimes you
players.
refocus on the road.
Yeah, hope so.
Sometimes you refocus on the road. So
No
I'm gonna
problematic Micah in his tweets. No DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yeah, I'll ride with Dallas on
Okay.
this one.
All right.
ALDS. Now, this is the record after 2 games, Royals and Yankees. So what will the series be after 2 games? 2-0, one side or the other, or 1-1?
1-1.
It's hard to play at Yankee Stadium, so I'm going to go 2-0.
Nick going with the home field advantage.
I wanted to go 2-0 Yankees, but I do think the Royals steal one in New York.
Okay.
I'll go 1-1.
Okay.
The National League batting champion, Luis Arias, and the San Diego Padres will be taking on Shohei Ohtani and the LA Dodgers. Who will have more hits? Remember, Arias denied Ohtani the Triple Crown this year because of the batting average. Yeah. So, who will have more hits in the first 2 games of this series? Arias or Ohtani? You can, Josh, pick a push.
You know what I'm doing, John. Give me the push.
I knew you would.
Let's go. Gotta love a push.
I've got a weird attachment to Arias because I was listening to the game when he got traded, and I think that he was the best player on the Marlins, and it confused me. Give me Arias, even though I do love Ohtani. I think Arias has been on a tear since being traded.
Well, you know what? Let's guarantee that someone gets a point out of this. I'm going to pick Ohtani.
All right. Look at that. What an upset.
Well, I think, he could have like a monster 1 game. His first playoff game. It's in L.A.
Yep.
We'll see.
Okay.
All right. Prop bets for the football game on Saturday. Team rushing yards for Nebraska, 149.5. Over under.
Under.
So they finished slightly over that number last week, right?
Mm-hmm.
They finished slightly over that
162.
number. Give me the over.
I'm going to go over. Kyle Monangai rushing yards over under 125.5. Josh.
Under. Slight under.
Over, slight over.
Ooh, this is the one
It's a tough one, man. Because he could get like 30 carries. If he gets 30 carries, you figure he's going to get there, right? Unless they shut him down.
You know what? I'm going to go with the over. I'm not liking it, but I think, thinking back to the Vodtech game, they're just going to run. So, yeah, I agree. I think if he gets a lot of carries, that he'll get the over maybe by proxy. Who scores Nebraska's first touchdown?
Mr. Banks.
I'm going to go with, you know what? I'm going to take a rushing touchdown. I'm going to take Dowdell.
Give me Carter Nelson.
Okay.
Different. Didn't he have the first touchdown in the Northern Iowa game?
Yeah.
All
No.
right. Was it Northern Iowa? I know he did in one of the games, didn't he? Or was it Illinois? I thought it was Northern Iowa.
It was one of them. Yeah, you're right. I'm losing track on which one it was. Will Nebraska make a field goal on Saturday? My score prediction will tell the tale. I say yes. Nebraska will make a field goal.
It was Carter Nelson.
Nice.
Oh, wow. So you said no last week, but you're buying it this week. I'm going no. We're flipping.
I famously said that Nebraska will make 7 more by the end of the season.
So they better
So you
start
need
kicking.
one.
I need at least 1, so yes.
All right. Nebraska 6.5-point favorites. Total is only 40.5 against Rutgers. Nick, what do you see as the score?
Well, I think it'll be close. I think Nebraska lost a lot of goodwill for me the first half of that Purdue game.
Even though they won the game by 18 points?
Yeah, but that first half was bad.
Okay.
That first half was really bad.
Okay.
I'm going to go 24-21 Nebraska.
All right, so you're going to take Rutgers to cover, but you're going to take the slight over. I am going to go with 24-13. I think Nebraska can make get a turnover, kind of flip it, hold Rutgers at bay for the most part, maybe force them into some decisions. I think Nebraska covers this game. I will take the slight under on this one. I'll go 24-13 Nebraska.
I think that they finally get a one-score win. Looks so. What you said, 24-13. So
Mhm.
Nick and I are going to have one-score wins. I'm going to go with 21-20. Nebraska takes a lead in the second half. They go up actually by. I'm trying to figure out the math of this situation and how it would happen. They go up 21-17. Rutgers gets a field goal to make it 21-20 in the fourth quarter. And Nebraska, after that, they just are able to stave them off. They have a nice drive, and the defense makes some plays. So I'm going with the tiniest of overs, but a Rutgers cover. But Nebraska moves to 5-1 on the season, which would be their best record through 6 games since 2016.
There you go. There's our picks this week in predictions.
There's no upset of the week because you guys are scared that I'm going to keep
I'm
racking
sorry.
them up.
Yeah, I was
no, I'm
wondering it wasn't
sorry.
included in the.
no.
It's not there. It's not on the graphic, John. I made it earlier. It's not there.
I didn't
Nick,
include
go
it.
back in time and re-add it to the graphic. I think that you in back in the timeland, you'll have plenty of time to add it.
I mean, why would you want to
Time travel,
sacrifice
Nick.
the point that you're guaranteed to get?
Yeah, that's true. So we got to go with a team that is a dog of 7.5 points or more, and we get 2 points if that team wins outright in the game.
Well, I'm
You have
not
your pick?
I'm not proud of this pick.
Okay.
And I'm not rooting against our Army.
Oh,
but give me
no.
Tulsa plus 11.5 at home.
All right. The line would be a little bit shorter if Ole Miss would have won last week, but give me South Kakalaka at home. 8.5-point dogs. Give me the Gamecocks plus 8.5 versus Ole Miss.
So part of the reason I didn't really want to do this at the moment is because I wasn't prepared. It wasn't on the sheet. Why would I prepare? Why would I look through all of these games to try to find an upset of the week?
Okay.
That being said, in the time I've spent stalling, I
got a
have
team
found
for you.
one.
Okay. I was going to give you a team that I thought you were going to go with, Nick.
Give me our Air Force.
Okay. That's not what I thought you were going to go with.
It's plus 9.5.
Nick loves the Cal memes. I figured he was going to go with Cal over Miami.
The woke versus Coke.
Exactly. 10.5
And
home
that is
dogs.
predictions
There
for
we
this
go.
week. Back to finish up the show right after this on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Last night, the pizza was delicious, thanks to the folks at Brick Oven. Always one of my favorites, my son's favorite.
I had roast beef last night.
Are you feeling okay?
Well, yeah, I was at my grandparents' house in Fremont. I wasn't going to say Grandpa get this.
Wow. So were you able to choke it down?
I ate it.
Did you eat it?
What did you think?
I wish it would have been cooked medium rare.
You are an idiot. That kind of meat can't be cooked medium rare.
If you wanted
you'd still be chewing it right now.
Rare plus.
You'd still be chewing it right now. That's the whole reason you take cuts of meat like that and cook them for a long time. It softens them up and makes them delectable.
Had some mashed potatoes as well. What else did I have?
Did you wash it down with a nice tall glass?
Did you
of
have
milk?
some gravy?
No, there was some gravy, and I ended up just putting butter.
Why didn't you try some of the gravy?
Because I didn't want. What if I wouldn't have liked it as much?
So roast beef, mashed potatoes. Let me guess.
Carrots?
Corn?
No, there was surprisingly no corn. My grandpa always has that. There was a salad, and then what do you call
no
them?
Side vegetable?
There was. You call them summer pickles? What do you call the when you slice up cucumbers and you soak them in vinegar and stuff?
Oh yeah.
We had.
That is so Midwestern.
Cucumber salad. I think is what
cucumber.
that's
Yeah, basically cucumber salad.
It was awesome.
Were there onions in it too?
Yes.
That sounds so good.
That is so Midwestern.
Yep. My parents or my mom. My dad hates pickles. My mom's been making that since I was a kid. My grandparents have been making that since I was a kid.
That meal is Midwest as hell, Josh.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Except it was missing the corn.
Or
green beans.
Carrots?
Actually, it's funny. My mom would always put carrots in with the stew, but there weren't a lot of them. But we would always have like corn or green beans too.
I think there were carrots. I didn't get any because I famously don't like warm carrots as much as I like raw carrots. I think there were carrots. I don't recall.
See, the carrots, what it does, the carrots add to the broth, which then makes the bed of gravy.
Yum. Last night, I had reheated chicken bacon ranch pasta. My favorite thing about pasta is how well it reheats. It was just as good last night as it was the first night. I have no idea tonight. I'm going to be here kind of late. I got to prepare. I'm going to be out of town for a wedding tomorrow.
Wow. Look at Nick busy. Yeah, I got to, I got to get going in a moment because there's a soccer match that I'm calling with Rob Sims very soon. But
yeah, it'll be on in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, so I'm going to go during the 2-minute commercial break that I have upcoming. I'm going to grab, I assume, pizza. We usually have pizza, so I'll get a couple slices of pepperoni pizza, and I will wolf those down as fast as possible. My final men's soccer match of the year.
It's the last game of the season.
Only calling women's games
over
from here
already?
on. Dude, it's nuts how far into the season everything is already.
Do you realize that after Saturday, we'll be halfway through the season?
So you hadn't said that for the last 4+ hours going back to the beginning of the crossover.
We're so close to college baseball starting.
We are. Yes, folks, we are halfway through the season after Saturday.
Why do you have to say it like that?
Because it's just true.
He's smiling, Nick. He's smiling.
I'm happy about it too, Josh.
Why are you smiling?
Baseball.
I'm not smiling. You can't see
Listen
me
to him.
smiling.
He's excited for college baseball.
Damn right.
Got to get through college basketball season first before that crap gets here, Nick. Wow. What do we got next week, John? It's an idle week.
It's an idle week.
You know how I feel about idle weeks. There's not as many articles to read, and I don't like it.
Oh, well, you'll find other articles. Pick a new team, and then just find articles.
Find a
for
new
them.
slant.
All right, I'll read Oregon articles
Just
next
read
week.
Oregon
Go
articles.
Ducks!
Pretend like you're a Boston College beat writer for a week.
There you
Boston
go.
College, I don't believe
I
it.
knew he was going to say that.
Phelan's at the bottom of
Why
that
do you
pile.
encourage him on that? All right,
Nick.
that is the crumb. Don't forget, Josh and Connor have overreaction after. Josh has overreaction. Connor will just be there watching baseball.
Yeah.
Severe reaction with Michael Severe Sunday morning at 8. We'll be back next week. Marcus Blossom's going to join us in studio.
Nice get, Nick.
We'll catch up with Creighton's athletic director, and we'll figure out how to cover an idle week of a winning team.
Whoa, a team that's one
They're
win away from a
guaranteed
bowl
to
game.
be a winning team, even if they lose tomorrow.
Bye.